complaints related to violations of the governor's emergency directive, so like COVID complaints, and then also that the district attorney shall not be directed to prosecute violations of the governor's emergency directives. The businesses just feel like they're, you know, like a mouse trapped in a corner waiting for the cat to pounce, you know,
Yeah.
like OSHA to pounce on them. So they're very much excited about this. And we've noticed in White Pine, you know, they haven't had any complaints or violations since December, since they passed their resolution, and we've had several. In White Pine, businesses have been open without an increase in cases. But I noticed, we didn't get the resolution done yet, so we'll have it on the next meeting's agenda, hopefully. But it might all be a moot point with, you know, with the Dr. McBride coming in to speak this afternoon and cases going down and the vaccine, and you guys know the whole thing, and with all the treatments with remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine. I mean, you can call America's Frontline Doctors now and you can do a telemedicine call and get hydroxychloroquine. And there have been studies that say that works. And so, I mean, I did it, my parents did it, Ron's mom got some, you know, just in case. So anyway, and then also with Texas saying they're opening and things like that, but it might be a moot point. I'm hoping that everything just opens quickly. So, but if not, then we'll look for getting something on the next agenda. So, but the businesses are excited about it. They also said Joey Gilbert some of them have contacted him, and I guess if you get on his list, he's an attorney in Reno. He'll help you fight any violations. So that was helpful, in that we may not need, but they still have to hire an attorney and pay the fees and stuff like that. And they just felt like they just really wanted the commission. They said, you know, is the commission really behind this? I guess was their message to me. They said, do they really support the sheriff saying they won't, you know, go to these complaints? So some of the businesses are just unsure about how much support they have from the county commissioners. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Amanda.
Any other public comments in the room? Any public comments on Zoom? None. Okay, moving to item number 3, review of all agenda items to determine if any do or do not impose a direct and significant economic burden on a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't either.
So I'll make a motion that there's nothing.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Is the Navy on?
I don't see them.
I didn't put much on because I didn't know.
So not really.
They're not here yet.
They're not here yet, okay. So road department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I had my hat on backwards for the last meeting. I apologize for that. I fogged up, sorry. So road department busy as usual. Myself, I've been working on the bridge at the old channel. The road was eroding away. What I thought was gonna take half a day took like 3 days, but anyhow, we got that fixed up. We're almost done, not quite. I met with Eric Pender from Q&D Construction. He's in charge of that bridge work they're doing on the river channel there on the old highway, and had him look at our situation there on Union Road. And like you're still in the meeting, he got back to me with his idea was to replace the structures with box culverts, because they're already engineered by the state. They're already, so I guess it saves a lot of design costs. I'm not sure on that, but you know, he come up with about $500,000, but that's for them to do everything to the demolition of the old woods, all the dirt work, and then of course building them. we ourselves would probably do the demolition and most of the dirt work. And have somebody come in and do the rest. Is how we would probably bid it out, but I don't know. I've never built a bridge. It's been done before by the road department. And like I said, I don't know exactly what route we're gonna take. In the past, we've always had state help with that. Gets much more complicated, probably more expensive as well. But then you get matching funds, so I got, haven't had time to look into that. This all just happened in the last month or so. So anyhow, there's that. I patched some holes. We extended a culvert in the industrial park. We had a couple complaints that people are missing the pipe there going to the sewer plant, so we fixed that up. Looks good.
That one is done?
Yeah. I bladed a road up to the Pedro pit. Not quite finished, but trying to do it all. It's not working that great. But anyways, had a complaint about the industrial park sewer, so went and flushed that. And that's that for me. Mr. Monroe and Robert Parrish, they finished the back of Rye Patch Road, very busy road, so that was good. It was good and wet, and they did that. Moved them over here to Halfway House. Got a pretty good start on that, but now it's drying out, so we had to move. Jerry's in town helping me, and Galen and Robert are headed over Rocky Canyon. It's a major road, of course, but not quite as busy as the other one. So we're running out of moisture. It's supposed to snow next week. I sure hope it does. And Kevin and Bill, they've been in the Dago area, blading off the pass a couple times, pulling people out. The road's fixed pretty good all the way to Vesco, so that's a good thing for this time of year. They're headed towards Jersey Valley right now. Nothing important. That's pretty much all I have.
We have on there for the weight limit.
Yes, sir. Yeah, everyone. Mr. Pender, well, you were there with Mr. McGinnis.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks we should put weight limits on those two structures, so that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
If you guys so move.
Is there anyone that objects to that of the residents or anything?
No, not that I know of. I apologize. I have not had time to really ask everyone, but.
Yeah. I mean, the big
Mr.
trucks
Mr. Moore is the main one.
and he goes down Unions.
He's good with it, so,
Well, isn't it basically a safety issue at this point?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
it
if there were objections, we'd still gotta do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we go ahead and put a weight limit on the Union Bridge of 10 tons.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to do a weight limit of 10 tons on Union Bridge. All those in favor? Aye, motion passed.
Thank you.
So Dan, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The Union Bridge that the state's doing, do you know how much longer they're gonna be working on? I don't know. I don't drive down there, so I don't.
Yeah, that's not the Union Bridge.
Well,
It's
it's.
the one on the highway.
On the highway.
Yeah.
is what I
Yeah.
meant, Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what we call
Well,
it.
whatever.
The river bridge on the old highway.
There you go.
Yeah, anyway, how are they coming with that?
Well, I don't know. I asked Eric and he said they'll be done. Whatever the timeline was, they're gonna meet it. But I don't know that.
I
I was
just was
wondering if the
wondering.
water year was gonna mess them up, and he said no.
Yeah.
So I went and looked at it with him for a minute, and they had most of the piles drove, and half of the, whatever work they were gonna do in the river, it looked like, so, yeah.
I don't even see the
Moving
pile
right
driver
along.
there anymore. I mean, it may be there, but if it is, it's down.
Oh, yeah, they're done driving piles,
Yeah.
I'm sure by now, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I just was,
So, yeah, I don't know what the timeline was, Carol, I never heard, but they're on schedule,
okay.
yeah, absolutely.
And when do our farmers get water?
March 15th.
Yeah, and I'm hoping they're putting that off.
No.
When
They're gonna put it off for a while, yeah, but that's technically the date.
Probably April 1st.
I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be better for us.
That'd be really good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Landfill.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot for landfill. I put Mitch to work making us some rubble for this work we did on the old channel, and did really good for me that way. been battling the wind up there. He told me they're gonna move the nets and stuff to help alleviate that. And that's about all I have for landfill. Grass Valley, I guess, blew up. They had a little issue up there, but they got, Haas got that cleaned up. So that's pretty much all I know on that.
Okay. You have an update on recycling?
We opened on Saturday. We had 18 people come with their recycling. A lot of people are starting over, with collecting their recyclables. And, it was very cold. We had a lot of help, but it was a good turnout.
Right on.
Yeah.
An update on reopening, yeah, you did that. Approval to move volunteer workman's comp responsibility to the city of Lovelock.
I had put that on the agenda because our agenda was posted before needed to be posted before we had our evening meeting with the city. So that's still in flux, and I still need to work with Rain, and so we can't do anything on that right now.
Discussion on progress or process to increase landfill assessment fees.
So I've handed out the NRS that governs the establishment of solid waste management systems in counties and cities. That's found in NRS 444.510. That particular chapter in NRS 444.520 also allows counties to establish an assessment to pay for the expense of managing a waste management system. Our particular assessment in Pershing County was enacted pursuant to chapter 13.06, and I've also distributed that to the board for your review. Essentially, the process to increase an assessment is just to amend the ordinance. And so there would be a first reading of the ordinance, there would be a publication. If the board wanted to, it could do a workshop to inform the public on the need to increase the assessment. You can see that the last time that this particular ordinance was amended was in 1993. So close to 30 years ago. When we're talking about some of these assessments are a quarter or 50 cents. Which, 30 years ago was probably standard for the time, but maybe the board ought to look at increasing those a little bit to take some of the financial burden off of landfill and allow them to use some of their finances on other things that are required in the county.
Right.
Thank you for doing the research. And I think we do need to have a first reading first, and then have the workshop so we can get input from the public.
So if the board can discuss maybe what the fees ought to be increased to, or if you'd like me to look at what other counties are charging for their assessments, maybe I can get with Mitch, maybe Dan.
I think that'd be great to do is look and see what other counties are charging.
Okay.
We know ours, 30 years ago, it's outdated.
So
And
what I'll do is I'll amend the ordinance. There can be a first reading, and in support of that amended ordinance, I'll provide a few neighboring counties or counties of similar size to justify that. And then it's probably always a good idea to set up a workshop in between the first reading and the enactment, so the board can schedule that on March 17th.
okay. Okay. Anything else, Dan?
I think so.
Thank you
you, guys.
very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day. Thank you.
Senior Center Volunteer Coordinator Department Update Report, approval to advertise hire a vacant 3/4 time admin clerk homebound driver position. Upon update on reopening. I'll actually give you that first. Reopening date is now March 15th. And that's set actually to comply with the governor's latest directory not even the latest, because he made another one yesterday. It didn't affect anything that we do, but he made another one yesterday. Anyway, so we are trying to get everything in line for an opening on March 15th. We have a couple obstacles. I meet with the county health officer Saturday, or we will meet Saturday. We talked yesterday, and I'll go over what we're doing and see if she has any issues, and if she does, we'll correct that. What can I say?
Well, we have the Board of Health meeting too this afternoon.
And we have the Board of Health meeting this afternoon at 1.
Has the new director started their position?
The new director started her position on Monday, so she's back to full-time. And she's in the middle of getting this reopened as well. One of our big obstacles, of course, is the cleaning. The ladies are doing some of the cleaning. One of the worst ones is the flooring. As John knows, he has an issue, so we don't have our normal custodial person. And myself and One Bones here will be swabbing the deck next week. We'll be mopping the floor.
Update on that, I got their help today. Chris gave me some work orders to upload there, to go clean things, and they're gonna be over there throughout the day.
Oh, okay. Okay. Approval to advertise, I guess we do that. For the homebound driver.
Would you like a motion for that?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve advertising and hiring the vacant 3/4 time admin clerk, 1 or 2, and the homebound driver position.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Buildings and grounds.
Good morning.
Since last meeting, we did get the stove installed over at the community center. The hood is in backwards order on how it's supposed to be set up, so we'll have to have a contractor come out and redesign the hood.
What do you, the hood part is?
Yes.
Oh.
It's just set up kind of backwards, which is an oversight. The guys have been over there cleaning, helping, doing setups with that. We refinished refinished the upstairs outside of the courtroom doors. I don't know if you've all noticed. We sanded them, restained them, sealed them. And then we're working on the brass. We've been working on the rain gutters. I've had a contractor come in and putting leaf guards over a couple areas that have a tendency to get clogged up over the library because of the pine needles and stuff like that. And I'm also having some of the rain gutters on the courthouse redirected because of where they were leaking before or draining down was going across walking paths. And I'm concerned, especially over this last winter, how things were being directed. So I'm having that done right now. And then at my shop, having the gutters on that worked on a little bit because they don't drain correctly. Done some work out at the airport. Put some solar night lights out on the gating area, on the gate itself and
You had
around.
3 on the gate.
I have 2 on the gate, 2 on the
Oh, and then
outside.
on the outside.
Then I have 2 on the inside as well. So when you pull up, they're dim until you pull up and then they brighten up. So you can see everything around it, lights up the cattle guard and.
So they're dim until they detect motion?
Yes, there's light, so you can see it, but when you pull up, it gets really bright.
Yeah. I haven't seen them.
Yeah, there's a total of 6 lights out on that gate
The fencing looks really nice. I went out there to look at it.
So in regards to the community center, I've got issues with a camera being obstructed by employees in a common area. And I'd like the board's direction on what I should, how should I handle that?
My concern is the safety of the community center director if it's being obstructed. It needs to stop. And I don't know what Bryce is on this. I
Well,
don't know
and
if you're on
he's not here at the moment, but
And, I mean, it is a county facility. Not only is it her safety, it is anything that can go on in that area.
It's not, this camera's in a common area. It's not in a specific office. It's just in a lobby. And it covers an entry, it covers not just the director's area, but it also covers 4-H's office. It also covers
The side
Mr.
of the
Foster's
building.
office. It's for the whole area, so if anything ever were to happen, we would have some type of video of something.
is it only being covered during the daytime, during working hours?
Correct.
And then after hours, it's being uncovered? And I have an issue with it because people shouldn't be messing with the security cameras at all. And especially employees. And then I understand that there was a meeting scheduled, but it didn't happen.
No, because Myron is still outside.
Then I also have another question in regards to all of our county buildings. Are pets allowed in the buildings?
Or what?
Pets.
Oh, pets.
See, we don't allow
I know
animals.
they're
in
not
our
allowed in the
buildings.
senior center.
Well, they're not allowed anywhere unless they're
Not unless
a
it's a service
dog, yeah,
dog,
or service animal. Now,
service
this-
animal or a canine officer.
Because then in each, because I've had incidents in the community center at one point where there was a SO dog there that actually went to the restroom in the facility.
An SO dog?
Yes, and it caused quite a kerfuffle there over that, and I don't want it to happen again. But there's other buildings that there have been pets in buildings.
There was a lot of things covered, it was months ago, and I had spoken with the person who came in, unbeknownst to me, to train their dogs in the community center. I told them, no, that is not gonna happen. So it's already been dealt with, it's been a long time ago.
But what about yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't know that anybody was on there training the dogs yesterday, so.
No,
Not
there was
training.
there was not a dog.
If there was, it's unbeknownst to me.
So I think we need to ask Bryce, I have some thoughts of my own, but I don't know whether or not we can do that. So I would rather ask legal
Sure.
Council.
Absolutely.
before I say what I am thinking.
And then on another update, the Emily House is, they're finishing up the brown coat on the stucco. The weather kind of puts some impedance on our scheduling on that, but I was out there yesterday, they had a little over half the house brown coated, which is that initial brown, gray concrete they put on there. They'll finish that up today. We may wait 10 to 15 days to come in and put the color coat on. Then after that, then we'll go in and finish. My crew and I, hopefully will have time to go finish up the touch-up painting and stuff like that on the fascia boards and under the soffits.
It's almost like a whole new house.
Pretty much, it's pretty close to it. But it looks,
That's great.
but it's so needed it and it's looking so nice.
It's something we can be proud of instead of being ashamed of.
Yes, and the deputies out there, as a rule, have been known to really take care of the property, so they appreciate it. I'm good with that.
So Bryce, you missed.
Sorry, Alex.
concern. No, it's okay. There are two concerns at the community center. One is
And
the,
that's just the community center.
well,
One
anywhere,
else, yeah.
sorry, excuse me, county buildings, that security cameras are being covered up by employees. And the other is having animals or dogs in the buildings. So, yeah.
Well, as far as animals and dogs in the buildings, the county has a policy, and that policy should be applied to everybody. Animals can be allowed under certain conditions.
Like service animals.
Yeah, sure, service animals, and, you know, if that's something that needs to be brought up, then they should go see Karen, who's the HR person, and that can be addressed.
Yeah.
But, you know, if dogs and animals are being allowed in violation of the county policy.
And, I mean, SO dogs, they can be,
Yeah.
they can go in there and do what they need to do.
That was the training, that was the
Right,
training.
canines can be brought in.
Yep.
So if there's a concern, maybe we should talk about it, and then we can, just outside of the meeting, and we can address it.
And then the cameras.
We can
That too.
address that as well.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
So we do have approval to advertise hire for a temporary buildings and ground maintenance worker, one or two.
Correct.
Any
I
takers?
have no update on my staff member that's out. But it's coming to that time of year where it's gonna take all of us and at least another person to help with some of the duties that we'll be doing. I have no idea how long it's going to be, but this is a fill-in position, you know, with the conditions that if and when the other person comes back, that position will no longer be available to them.
So a temporary position.
Correct, but it will be full-time.
With benefits. I'm asking that.
I'm unsure how that will work with our policies. It kind of, it's kind of a slippery thing.
So Karen, do you have any information on how that would work? Or do we need to come up with the policy?
I think if you put somebody on full-time, you've got to give them full-time.
Uh-huh. And I agree.
They just will have to sign an agreement that they know that this is a temporary, it may work into a full-time, but at
Good.
this point, it's temporary and for up to 6 months.
But to answer your question, I have not advertised or anything on that because I wanted to wait to get the board's approval.
Oh, it's not out there yet.
No, sir.
Any ideas on, you know, in the past, you filled the temporary positions fairly easily with
Well, that
some
was-
young guys,
But
but-
that was custodians and it's the positions you're thinking of were typically, we had people that had community service.
yeah,
And we don't have that. We don't have trustees through the sheriff's office or from the prison camps either because of current
Yep.
restrictions.
so you have no idea.
Can I just bring one thing up in regards to the staff member that is off right now with the workman's comp? The county still is responsible for 1/3 of those wages. So just so you know, that's still coming out of the budget.
Yeah. And that can go on for a long time, as we know with a sheriff's deputy.
Well, if you're ready for a motion.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we advertise and hire a temporary buildings and grounds maintenance worker 1/2 with the understanding that it could work into full-time, but that the person sign an agreement knowing that it's temporary and this position would be with benefits.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Patty Burke back there.
Good morning.
Lovelock Street Fever
Yes, sure.
Car Show.
How is everybody today?
Okay,
Okay, well,
I'm
it's-
glad we could finally do something.
Well, we're hoping to do something.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here to ask permission for use of the park. Car show is always the first weekend of June, so we're looking at June 4th, 5th, and 6th. It would be Friday after normal business hours, so usually if there are any vendor setups or things like that, it's after 5 PM after the courthouse is cleared. All day Saturday and a half a day on Sunday. So we're usually wrapped up by noon on Sunday.
And then what are you going to do if the COVID restrictions are still in place? Do you have plans on, are people going to wear masks? I mean, depending on what the restrictions
Depending on
are.
what the restrictions are, right now, everything is just kind of up in the air. We're waiting again for March 15th to get here and
Yeah.
see, what restrictions we're dealing with.
And then May 1st.
Yes, and then May 1st. So as of right now, we're going to push full for it as a full event. We are outside. We, of course, will park the car 6 foot apart from each other. We will abide by all regulations that are necessary to make it happen. We're in the baby planning stages. We wanted to come and get permission first and then go from there. We're having a club meeting tonight to discuss more in detail what the plan would be. So that's tonight at 5 at the store.
You always do a great job.
Well, thank you.
You do.
So,
And John, I know they work well with you. Are there any concerns or?
No, I've asked some very specific things for them.
Mhm. Yeah, and you've always come through, with flying colors, so.
are there any new insurance restrictions or regulations or anything? I know we carry a policy every year for you guys to cover the event. So starting tomorrow, I will work on that once I know that we have a go. We always provide a copy to Lacey. So
Yeah,
is there anything else?
nothing's changed. It'll be
Okay.
the same.
Okay, good.
And we have a Board of Health meeting this afternoon, so we'll bring it up too. We just don't know what is going to be coming.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
I'm always at the store. Call me, let me know. Sean can let me know, whatever. Yeah, so whatever we need to do, we'll make it work.
All right. Did you want to make?
A motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the Lovelock Street Fever Car Show, June 4th, 5th, and 6th, 2021.
And I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much
much.
for all you
Good
do.
job.
All right, John, we'll get together and figure out whatever.
He's on there now?
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the Navy on the line now for a presentation. I'm gonna have to back up here.
Yeah, we have, Rob Rule.
Rob, you on?
Yeah, am I up? I just closed the door.
Our door's closed.
Excellent.
Nice to see you, Rob.
Hey, good to see you guys.
We have a new commissioner, Shayla Hudson. Do you see her?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my screen so I can see everybody.
Oh, you're kind of purple. There we go.
Take it
Okay,
away.
okay, I got you. Now I'm up. See if I can. I don't have you guys up.
Good, that's okay.
We're in a
All
little,
right.
because of the way the system is right now.
As long as you can. As long as you can see me and hear me, that's good. I'm having a little problem with my partner signing in. I'm gonna text him really quick to see if I can get him in. The number that was passed to us was didn't work. So I went back to the original agenda.
That was also my fault, Rob. This is Justin. I caught that and emailed you the correct one this morning.
Okay. I'm trying one more time to see if we can get him up. Hey, Justin, the number that was in the agenda is coming up with an error code that says host has another meeting in progress.
Yeah, I emailed the correct one, the correct meeting ID to you this morning. I sent it to both you and Pipper.
Okay,
It's the correct meeting ID is 775-442-0102. And that's the one that's on the published
the agenda.
agenda.
The agenda. He's not having any love with that one either.
That's he might need to restart Zoom.
Okay, he's up.
Okay, let me let him in.
Okay. Thank you guys, everybody, for your patience.
Pepper's up.
Cool. Good. We can hear you, Pepper. There we go. So while Pipper's getting set here, I'm gonna give a very brief introduction just for everybody. Just to kind of set the table for him. He's going to, give the overview. He is by far the subject matter expert in on everything we're doing. So, but I just give him a moment to get set, and I'll kind of give us a introduction. So, good morning, Chairwoman and Commission. My name is Rob Rule. I'm the Community Plans and Liaison Officer for Naval Air Station Fallon. I think I've had interactions with most everybody. And again, thanks for the invitation to present the information on the FRTC modernization. I think this will be at least our second or a third presentation of this to the commission and Pershing County. It's always good to catch up, even if you've seen it before. I mean, I probably have seen this 120 times. There's always new relevant information for me every time. Every time it's good. So even if you have seen it in the past, you'll get something new at this time. Generally the presentation is fairly thorough, and if you have any, it's going to give you an excellent background on why the Navy is making the request for the expansion. Understand that the presentation is very thorough, so ask questions if you have it, make clarifications as you move through. Really, again, we're still, so for a little bit of an update, we had completed our environmental assessment back last December, January timeframe, and the record decision on that EIS was signed March 12th of last year. So we're looking for about a year ago. As we progressed through the legislative cycle last year with Congress, last summer, spring, and actually moving into winter, the Congress did extend the current ranges for a time of 25 years, but also within that same piece of legislation told the Navy that we needed to make sure that we were coordinating with stakeholders. Basically, they just didn't want to see the Navy rolling over everybody. So they wanted to make sure we're doing our due diligence. And as part of that, this is some of that to make sure that we're keeping in touch with you guys and keep you guys educated and up to date. So that legislation was signed by the president January 4th of this year. So we are kind of in the midst of kind of getting everybody back into the swing of things, making sure everybody's educated again, and giving you guys an opportunity to comment. Another thing that was in the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act, was a requirement for the Navy and the Department of the Interior to stand up an intergovernmental executive committee. As part of that committee, Pershing County was named as a member. The kind of the bottom line for that committee again is to make sure that the Navy's doing its due diligence and touching base with everybody, and really spending our time and making sure that we're coordinating with everyone. Just a couple tidbits about that committee. That committee, we're trying to get that up and running. We've sent the county a couple different letters and emails just notifying that. We'd like to have a first kind of organizational meeting to kind of talk about logistics and priorities before we kind of jump into that first official meeting, which are public meetings. Another really baseline is that the committee will be a committee of peers. So there'll be no hierarchy within the committee. So, everybody serving on that committee will, it'll be a level playing field, and to be able to make comments, and we'll be able to move through some of the items that are there. There will be a chair and a vice chair elected as part of that to help run the meeting. But really the focus again is to move through and make sure that we're working through and inducting advice and information about the way we currently do business on the Navy ranges, and prospectively where we would go with any kind of future expansion with that. I said again, we're hoping to kind of have an informational meeting sometime a little bit later in the month, and then maybe have a first meeting sometime in August, or I'm sorry, that other April month, which is April. Have a kind of a first meeting, then most of that would be locked kind of in logistics. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about priorities as well. And I'm going to pause really quickly to make sure that there's no comments or questions before I kick it over to Jerry Pipper Burns for the presentation. Again, this is kind of going back to the education part, and I'm always available. My job is basically to connect the base with the outside communities and the governments. So I will make myself as available as necessary for any comments, questions today, or any time into the future. So I'm going to pause real quick for any comments or questions.
We don't have any at this point.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to kick you over to Jerry Pipper Burns to give his presentation. Again, if you have any comments or questions throughout, please step up and ask those questions, and we'll get to you. Otherwise, we can save them to the end or however you want.
Okay, Rob, if you're done, I'll go ahead and start the presentation here. I'm going to share screen here. Can everybody see the briefing slide?
No.
Yes. Oops.
Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to apologize up front here. I have another meeting I have to be on at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to ask that you hold your questions till the end. Rob has seen this brief probably a couple hundred times. So if I'm not able to stick around and answer your questions, Rob should be able to answer any of your questions, but I will stay here as long as I can. So again, my name is Jerry Burns. My Navy call sign was Pipper. I am the Range Division Program Manager here at NAUTIC. My background is Navy. I was in the Navy for 21 years. I flew the F-14 and the F-14 community. And I was a graduate of the Top Gun School here at Fallon. And I had multiple instructor qualifications. Was an instructor both at the East Coast and West Coast weapons schools. And so I consequently on active duty spent a lot of time up here at Fallon. So I'm very familiar with the range and how it operates from the user side. After I retired at the beginning of 2000, I came up here in 2002, and I've been working in different capacities, either on the range or for Nautic ever since. The required capabilities of the Fallon Range Training Complex, the FRTC. One other caveat here, there's a lot of acronyms that are used in this brief. So if I ever skip over an acronym and don't explain what it is, please stop me there and I'll make sure that I do that. But the Fallon Range Training Complex is the FRTC, and we often refer to the FRTC as the carrier in the desert. The reason being is that the FRTC, NAS Fallon and the FRTC is the only place in the entire world, literally, that an entire carrier air wing can train on carrier integration in an environment that emulates combat from a carrier at sea. Now, throughout the brief, we're going to talk a lot about the airspaces and the land spaces and things like that the aviators need to train, but it's important to remember that the entire carrier air wing trains when they come up to their air wing Fallon. When I say the entire air wing, I mean all of the aviators and all of the other personnel that are in the air wing that support the mission to make sure that they can carry it out and execute it. I like to say when I give this brief that there's not a single bomb that lands on a target out on the range that some poor ordnanceman didn't have to break that bomb out of a bunker, take it over to the Kayla, put the fins and fuses on it, arm it up, do all of the buildup that's necessary, put it on an airplane, and then the fire control technicians make sure that the airplane can talk to the bomb and the bomb can talk to the airplane, and all the other technicians make sure that all the functions are working before that airplane ever takes off and heads out to the range. So it really is an all hands effort, and the entire carrier air wing, not just the aviators, get training while they're here at Fallon. It's a two-part brief. I'm going to talk initially about the mission of the FRTC and what we do here, who we are and what we do and how we got to where we are today. And that will lead into the required capabilities, which basically is the initiative for the range modernization. The Fallon Range Training Complex is often referred to as the crown jewel of naval aviation. It's the home of the Naval Aviation Warfighting Development Center, or NAUTIC, the division that I work for here. And it's also the home of the Naval Special Warfare Tactical Ground Mobility Training Course. Every carrier air wing that goes through training before they go out to the ship and go overseas goes to their air wing Fallon up here. 100% of Navy carrier air wings train here at Fallon just prior to going out to sea. We use the mantra here a lot, 90 days to combat. The reason being is when a carrier air wing goes through that training here at Fallon, they're usually deployed in theater and potentially in combat within 90 days of finishing that air wing Fallon training detachment. So it really is their last chance to get some realistic training before they head out to sea and go into harm's way. On the Fallon ranges up here, the bombing ranges, about 85% of the non-combat expenditure allowance, or NCEA. NCEA is the ordinance that the air crews are allotted, and the squadrons and the air wings are allotted to expend in training. So all the bombs, rockets, missiles, bullets, and everything that they're given to train with, of all that material, about 85% of it is expended on the ranges up here in Fallon. So you can see that Fallon takes the lion's share of the load in training these air wings. And Air Wing Fallon, or excuse me, the Fallon Range Training Complex is also the only Joint National Training Center certified site that the Navy has. A little bit of history here. There's a historical correlation between realistic training and combat success. Some of you may already know the story of Top Gun and how it came to be. During World War II in Korea, our air wings, our fighter planes, had about a 10-to-1 kill ratio. Towards the end of Vietnam in 1968 and 69, we were noticing that our kill ratio in air-to-air combat had dropped down to about 3-to-1. A number of reasons for that. The Navy looked at it and they commissioned a man named Frank Alt, Captain Alt, to do a study and figure out what the problems were and how the Navy would correct that. Well, Captain Alt went out and he visited all the squadrons, all the air wings, went to the aircraft manufacturers, designers, and all those folks, and put together a report called the Alt Report. And basically what Captain Alt discovered was that beginning in the 1960s, early 1960s, we had started to become very dependent on technology. During World War II in Korea, the technology of the day was that you roll in behind your adversary with some machine guns and you gun him until he goes down in flames. During Vietnam, we had advances in aircraft, we had airborne radars, we had advances in weapons, like we had radar guided missiles, and we had heat seeking missiles. And the mindset going into Vietnam is that we were going to fight a standoff war, air war, if we had to. We'd stand off from enemy aircraft, and we deploy these airborne radars and radar guided missiles and heat seeking missiles. And the days of dogfighting were over. We'd never have to do that again. The reality of it, when we got into Vietnam, was that the politics and the rules of engagement in fighting the Vietnam War required our aviators to visually identify any sort of adversary aircraft to make sure it was an enemy before they could engage it. Well, you can imagine that when you do that, if you get close enough to somebody to see them and verify what type of aircraft it is, you're already in a dogfight. So while the weapons and technology that we had were built for one war, we were fighting a completely different war. So Captain Alt recommendation to the Navy is that we stand up a specialized training center, a center of excellence, where all we do is train naval aviators on air combat skills. And what would happen is a couple of aviators would come from every squadron that was getting ready to go on deployment. They'd go to the Top Gun school, they'd take training for 10 weeks, and all they'd study is air combat training. Then when they finish that course of instruction, they'd go back out to the fleet, back to their squadrons, and they'd train the rest of their squadron and the rest of the air wing and what they had learned at Top Gun. What we discovered after the advent of the Top Gun school was that the kill ratio went from about 3 to 1 up to about 12 to 1. So it was a very successful endeavor by Captain Alt and the Navy Fighter Weapons School. Throughout history, we've learned the same sort of lessons. In 1983, we were involved in peacekeeping operations in Lebanon, and the Syrians were taking pot shots at our aircraft from missile sites in the Bekaa Valley. The political decision was to make a very precision pinpoint strike into the Bekaa Valley and teach them a lesson. What happened was we sent a 4-plane division in there to hit those targets. We lost 2 of the airplanes out of the 4. 1 aviator was killed, 1 aviator was captured, and one was rescued. So the Navy again looked at that loss and assessed, what was the issue, and what they discovered is much in the way that Top Gun came to be is that we needed a specialized weapons school for strike, air-to-ground strike training, much like we had for air-to-air training. As a result, Strike University stood up here at Fallon back in the early 80s. You can see on the list there on the left the chronology of the Naval Aviation Warfighting Development Center. Essentially, every time we've learned something in combat, we've stood up a specialized weapons school to counter that issue. And now we have a specialized weapons training school modeled off on Top Gun for every platform that goes on the aircraft carrier. Mission training at the FRTC. Basically, we train into 6 required mission areas: strike warfare, which is air to ground dropping bombs; air combat, which is one aircraft versus another; electronic warfare; anti-surface warfare; expeditionary warfare; and Navy special warfare. Important to remember that all of the courses of instruction that we train out here and the way that we approach training is, it's a crawl, walk, run approach. We start from the basics and then we work up to the most complex training evolution that we ever do, which is the Air Wing Fallon detachment. The curriculum that we do in each one of those phases of training is threat derived. And what that means is we look at what our adversaries are doing around the world and what we're doing with our tactics, techniques, and procedures, the weapon systems that we have and what's in development. And we revise all of our training curriculum based on that. What that means is a young aviator that comes to Fallon fresh out of the Fleet Replacement Squadron, never been on a cruise, and goes through an Air Wing Fallon training detachment, then goes out on cruise, gets a little bit more experience, and comes back a couple of years later, next cycle, to go through their next carrier deployment. Well, the training that they go through at Air Wing Fallon in that second cycle might be significantly different from the training that they did the first time through. And the reason being is that our curriculum is all threat derived. It's constantly changing based on what the threats are and the tactics, techniques, and procedures, the area of the world that they're going to, and what sort of threats they might meet out there. Again, the platform courses that derive that curriculum are all those subject matter experts, those weapons and tactics instructors at all those specialized schoolhouses like Top Gun, Seawolf, Hawkeye, WTI, Growler, so on and so forth, that were on that previous list. And all of that is working up to Air Wing Fallon. Like I said, that's our most complex training evolution that we do here. Air Wing Fallon is like an advanced training phase right before they graduate to go on cruise. This is an overall map of the FRTC. Sorry, it's a little bit difficult to see, I'm sure. What you have on the outside edges there, those little pictures are some examples of the electronic warfare training systems that we have out on the range. We have everything from threat emitters to threat emulators, all the way up to actual threat emitters, surface-to-air missile batteries, and anti-aircraft artillery batteries, foreign military equipment that we have out on the range for the air crews to train against. What we want to do is try and task them as closely as possible to a real world war situation and make it as difficult a problem to solve as we possibly can. In addition to that, because it's a training evolution, we have to have all sorts of systems out on the range to be able to allow us to debrief those missions when we go out there. So in addition to all the electronic warfare systems that you see out there, and all the blue dots that are on the map that you see there are representative of some type of a system that's at that location. So in addition to those electronic warfare systems, surface-to-air missile batteries, jammers, and whatnot, we have one system that's called TACS, TCTS, which is a tactical combat training system. And what TCTS does is that you hang a pod on the airplane, and that pod captures all the telemetry of whatever that airplane is doing throughout a flight on the FRTC. It has all the information about the altitude, airspeed, heading, weapons that are selected, radar mode, all that sort of stuff, captures all that telemetry and transmits it back to NAS Fallon here to the headquarters building. And that's stored on magnetic storage device. And then when the aircrew finishes their mission, they'll go back and they'll debrief what the mission was. Like you see on the range there, all those blue dots, we have about $1.5 billion in infrastructure out on the range to be able to do that. And for the Air Wing Fallon detachment, if you can visualize this on the eastern half of the map, when they do the Air Wing Fallon, the last week will be the advanced training phase, or ATP. And in the advanced training phase, they'll task the Air Wing with a scenario to make sure that they have to solve a number of problems. And they might do something like, you'll see this map up in the Joint Control Center where they're collecting the information about the mission. And they'll have a blue overlay on the eastern side of the map. Well, that'll represent the ocean. And on the western side, right about where that red line is, it goes down the center of the map. Just to the west of that, all this area out in here would be hostile territory. And they'll task the Air Wing with something like, we're going to put, some folks on the ground. Could be, simulated Marines, could be actual Marines, or special operations forces. We're going to put them on the beach and they're going to work inland and they're going to take out some objective, either, something like a terrorist training camp or weapons of mass destruction storage facility or something like that. So what they'll task the Air Wing with is while we have these folks on the ground, your job, Air Wing, is to establish and maintain air supremacy for 48 hours. So the instructors in the weapons schoolhouses will task the Air Wing with all this, and they'll give them the orders of battle, the air order battle, how many enemy aircraft that the enemy has, how many surface-to-air missile batteries, how many anti-aircraft artillery troops, all that sort of stuff. And then the Air Wing has to solve that problem. And generally on this type of a scenario, and this isn't anything, this is a scenario that I totally made up just for demonstration purposes here. But the Air Wing will look at that and they say, okay, to maintain air supremacy for 48 hours, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take out all of their ability to launch aircraft. Well, just so happens we have an airfield and infrastructure down here in our B-17 range, which is right in the middle of the FRTC. And they say in order to maintain air supremacy for 48 hours, we also have to take out the leadership nodes, radio relay centers, control centers, headquarters buildings, all that sort of stuff. And those targets will be placed up here. And what the instructors are trying to do is they're trying to task the Air Wing and force them to target multiple individual aim points for all these different targets at geographically dispersed target areas. And then to make it even more difficult, they'll force them to do this on goggles at night. So the Air Wing gets their tasking, and what will happen is when they get ready to do that first strike during the advanced training phase, all of the Air Wing, the blue assets will take off from Air Wing Fallon, and they'll transit out here to the eastern side of the area, and then they'll marshal out here. Now, in the real world, you would never marshal within 100 miles of your target area, because the reality is the state of the art of enemy systems today is that they can reach out and touch you within 100 miles. So you'd want to marshal your forces 200 to 300 miles away from the target so that they don't know you're coming. But because of the limitations of our range, it's only about 105 miles wide from east to west and 95 miles deep from north to south. So there's an artificiality that's already built into it. So the blue forces would marshal out here in the eastern side. And then as the exercise gets ready to kick off, the red forces would start taking off. We have adversary squadrons that are here at Fallon that act like enemy aircraft during these exercises. So those red forces would take off and they'd start to go to their combat air patrol spots. And then at COMEX or commence exercise, the blue forces would push in here. All these electronic warfare sites would come up. They'd start to, shooting simulated surface air missiles at the aircraft. The adversary red aircraft would come out and engage the blue forces, be firing simulated air-to-air missiles at them. So the blue forces would have to fight their way all the way into their targets, acquire their targets at the B-17 range or B-20 range, release their weapons, and then come off target, fight their way back out from all the surface-to-air missile batteries and air-to-air artillery and adversaries. And then once they get back over here into the eastern side of the area, that would be FINEX. This whole evolution will involve anywhere from about 50 to 70 aircraft, and will take about 3 days to plan. It'll take about 20 minutes to execute. And then when they get back, they land back at NAS Fallon, all that information, that telemetry that we talked about earlier will be downloaded from all the aircraft, and it'll be stored for debrief. And they'll go into a large auditorium and they'll literally go through the mission, and each aircraft will be taken apart, one mission step at a time. And they'll take their lessons learned from that. They'll look at how they executed the mission, and find out, what things that they did well, what things needed improvement, and they'll go through every aircraft and get their lessons learned out of the mission by reviewing the historical data for those aircraft. That debrief could take anywhere from 6 to 10 hours, depending on how much there is to learn. So that's kind of it. Again, we do the walk. The run is the Air Wing Fallon, which is what we're working up to all the time. So we're flying out here all the time, building up to that advanced training phase of the Fallon Air Wing Detachment. Again, Fallon is the home of the Naval Aviation Center of Excellence for tactical pre-deployment combat training. We train all carrier air wings here, all tactical ground mobility SEAL units, which I'll talk about in just a minute. The capability that we have at NAS Fallon and the FRTC can't be easily or affordably replicated any place in the United States or overseas. And the FRTC is a national asset that provides a critical contribution to the DoD and the Joint National Training Center. Any questions on who we are and what we do before I press into part 2 here? Okay, so that's what we do. Why do we need to do the modernization? Up until about 1991, in Operation Desert Storm, the tactic du jour of military air forces, both the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marine Corps, was a tactic called terrain masking. And essentially what aircraft would do when they're striking a target inland is they'd get down at very low altitude, and they'd use valleys and mountains to obstruct any radars from acquiring them. And so they could get to the target just by terrain masking and essentially hiding from the radars at those missile sites. They'd get about 1 to 2 miles from the target. They'd pop up, visually acquire the target, roll in on the target, and then release a weapon within, visually unguided weapon within 1 to 2 miles of the target, get back down on deck, back into terrain masking mode, and get out of the area before the enemy radars could acquire them. What we found out in Desert Storm in 1991 was that tactic was very outdated. The mindset up to that point had been that the processing capacity of these Chinese and Soviet surface-to-air missile and anti-aircraft battery artillery systems was that they could not process the information fast enough to be able to acquire you when you're in the pop, to roll into your target, establish a targeting solution, release a weapon, and have it guide all the way to your aircraft in the time it would take you to roll in, get back down on the deck, and get out of there. What we found out during Desert Storm was that their processing capacity and their systems had gotten a lot better than we expected. In 38 days of combat in Operation Desert Storm, we lost 39 aircraft and were shot down, and another 40 aircraft were damaged, primarily from surface-to-air missile batteries and anti-aircraft artillery systems. So what the Navy, and in fact all the services, learned from Desert Storm is that we needed better weapons. We needed weapons that we could stand off from those threat envelopes and be able to release a weapon from 5 to 10 to 15 miles away, and still have a precision strike capability where that missile or weapon would guide on target. So the Navy from 2010 to 2013 was doing an in-depth study of all the weapons that we had developed in response to Desert Storm, and those weapons had tremendous capability. However, we hadn't kept up. The ranges hadn't kept up with the advancement in the weapon systems, and we found that we had some pretty severe training deficiencies were identified because of the limitations on the ranges that we were using. Those large advances in weapons and tactics standoff distance from the 1990s had not kept pace with the ranges. And as a result, current combat weapons and tactics weren't being met. So we weren't training to the capabilities of the weapons. We were training to the limitations of the range. Concurrent with that study in 2013, the Navy also released a software package for range managers, for folks like me. That software package is called Weapons Danger Zone, or WDZ, and it has a module in it called Surface Danger Zone. And what WDZ does for the range manager is you put the parameter of an aircraft and weapon system into the software program, and then it prints out a footprint on the ground of all the hazard areas where that weapon could possibly go. As you can imagine, if you have a weapon, precision guided munition that you can release from 10 miles, well, if there's a guidance failure of that missile or that bomb, it can go 10 miles in the wrong direction. So the WDZ is basically a footprint of every place that a weapon could go if there's a failure of the weapon. The 4 weapons that we analyzed for the modernization are basically 4 categories of weapons. We have about 19 different weapons that we employ on a regular basis here on the FRTC. And for demonstration purposes, we've grouped those into 4 different categories: the dual mode laser guided bomb, the joint direct attack munition, the Hellfire laser guided missiles, and then the laser guided bombs. What you see over here on the left in the B-17 range and the B-20 range, those blue footprints are what the weapons hazard zones are for the missiles and bombs that we are employing on the range today. So you can see here at B-20, the box is the boundary of the range. The blue bug splat is the footprint of the weapon. Same thing over in B-17, the box is here, and then the boundary goes well outside the box. So obviously, we realized we had a serious problem, and we couldn't address it in the way that we had the range configuration at the time. So we needed to modernize the ranges so they could accommodate these longer release ranges for the weapons. So we went to the subject matter experts in the different schoolhouses, and we explained the problem. And we said, for those 4 categories, we need you to come up with a set of parameters, or what the combat requirements that you need to be able to employ these weapons in. And I'm going to speak to specifically the JDAM, because the JDAM, when we first started this, the JDAM had the biggest footprint and was the biggest problem. So the folks at the Strike Schoolhouse, excuse me, said the problem, well, for JDAM, to maximize the effectiveness of this weapon in combat, we need to be able to release from 35,000 feet up to 600 knots, release ranges from 2 to 13 nautical miles, dive angles down to 40 degrees, and an attack heading of 0 to 360 degrees. Now, the reason an attack heading of 360 degrees is important is because you want to be able to release your weapon into a headwind or a tailwind. If you have if you release into a crosswind, there's so much planform on the side of that weapon, it'll tend to push it off target, and it'll either drop the seeker head because it pulls the seeker head away from the target, or it'll push it off on a flight profile that it won't be able to make it to the target. So you want to have a 360-degree attack heading so that when you come out of that fight, like we talked about, where you're fighting against the adversary aircraft, the surface to air missile batteries, all that sort of stuff. When you come out of that fight, you want to be able to take the shortest distance to the target to be able to release your weapon. And so that's why we need to have a 360-degree of attack heading. So when we plugged all that information into the WDZ tool, this is what the footprints initially came out, just a center point on B-17 and a center point on B-20. And you can see that the footprints are well outside the range boundaries. So we went back to the SMEs and we said that the footprint, the combat required capability, there's no way that's ever going to fit on our ranges, or any range that we might be able to possibly expand into. So we went back to the SMEs and said, what can you do to be able to shrink those footprints? So the SMEs looked at the problem and they came back with these parameters that are considered tactically acceptable. Now, again, this isn't the combat requirement. This is the training parameters that they said is that we can train to, and it's tactically acceptable for the weapons that we have. For the JDAM here, 30,000 feet release instead of 35, releases from 2 to 10 instead of 2 to 13, and then 180 degrees of attack heading instead of 360. So that is able to shrink the footprint to a point that we felt we would be able to possibly modernize the range to be able to accommodate those footprints. When we take those tactically acceptable parameters and plug it into that center point on each range, you can see that we have a reduced WDZ footprint, and this was essentially the starting point for the range. Excuse me. Similar problem with the seals up on B16. One module of the WDZ software is called SDZ, or Surface Danger Zone. And what Surface Danger Zone basically is, it's a similar program, but for surface fired weapons, all the stuff that the SEALs use over on B16. The SEALs, their training program is basically broken up into two phases. They have their tactical ground mobility phase, which is Bob Bondurant School of High Performance Driving for SEALs. They basically take those young folks and they teach them how to maximize the performance of all the vehicles that they might be driving in combat. MRAPs, MRVs, Humvees, Razors, all those sorts of things. And they basically show them how to maximize those vehicles so that they can escape any sort of a threat situation. And the second half of their training is immediate action drills. And essentially what they are doing is they're training over there that if they are in a convoy guarding a high value target and they are ambushed, how can they maximize their weapons and their vehicles to escape or neutralize the threat? So what they found out with the configuration of B16 is that they had to do all of their maneuvering on the outside perimeter of the B16 range and fire towards the center in order to be able to contain all the projectiles. Obviously, that's not very good for training because it doesn't take the students very long to recognize that the threat's always going to come from the center of the range. So they don't have that realistic training that you get from a 360-degree threat sector. So they needed a 360-degree field of fire for their small arm weapons and 180 degrees for their 50 caliber weapons. So after we put forward the proposal with the 90 Days to Combat, 90 Days to Combat is the document that was published by Admiral Khan back in 2015. And that's a 20-year forward-looking document that spells out basically with the range of weapons that we're training with now and the tactics, techniques, and procedures that we're training to, what do we need to do to modernize our range? And the proposal was put forward, with the proposal that was put forward for aviation, for laser guided weapons, we can satisfy 100% of those combat capabilities that are lined out in 90 days, 80% for JDAM and 100% for Hellfire. For the Special Forces, they can satisfy 100% of their training capabilities with the modernization, as opposed to 17% where it is now, 80%, which is 0 for 50 cal. Right now, to fire 50 cal in the B16 ranges, the Special Forces basically have to park the truck in one corner and fire to the other corner. So it's really an administrative fire and no tactical capability. And then the tactical mobility training, again, they can reach 100%. Right now they're at 0 because it's really not tactical because they don't have that 360-degree threat sector. So this is essentially where we're at with the proposal. You can see all the current acreages that we have on the ranges there. Right now, we train to about 231,000 acres of land. What the Navy is requesting is a withdrawal and expansion of 590,000 acres for a total land space of 820,000 acres. Now, we talked about the bombing ranges, but it's important to remember that we also train extensively in the Dixie Valley training area up there in Dixie Valley. And what we do in the Dixie Valley training area is training it's considered non-hazardous, but it's what that means is that we don't drop bombs in that area. It's still very hazardous training for the aviators that are going on up there. Like we talked about in the big strike that the air wing goes through. If an aviator got shot down on that strike, they would simulate the next night going up into Dixie Valley, and they'd be a shot down aviator or a downed aviator scenario in Dixie Valley. And they basically take all of the things that they have in the seat pan of their ejection seat, if they were simulated shot down, some signaling devices, some radios, stuff like that, put them in a pickup truck, drive them up into Dixie Valley, drop them off, and then they'd execute a downed aircraft or combat search and rescue training exercise. Now, what that means is that you'd have multiple aircraft in a CSAR exercise, multiple aircraft flying at very low altitudes at night on goggles. I like to say that the types of training that we do up in Dixie Valley are very similar to the training that the Navy SEALs had to have before they went into Abbottabad, Pakistan to take out Osama bin Laden. You have helicopters flying at low altitude on goggles at night. So the reason that we want to withdraw the land is so that we can control the spectrum and the development up there and not create hazards to navigation for the folks that are training up there on those types of missions. Talked a bit about B16. B16, this is the current configuration of the range in the dark gray. The dark gray with the dark blue is what is the requested expansion of the B-16 range. And then the yellow line is the surface danger zone containment area. And then this would provide the SEALs the maneuver area, the red and white checked line in the center. So they could be able to maneuver around in that center box and fire in any direction that would provide them that 360-degree field of fire that they need for their combat training. B-17, again, B-17 is our largest training range and our most complex training range. It's one of two primary training ranges like we talked about. It's our biggest range primarily because of the diversity of terrain and our ability to place targets there and maintain those targets. B-20, our backup large force exercise range, again, provides us the capability to conduct that large force exercise where we task the air wing with striking two geographically diverse target areas at the same time. But again, back to that crawl, walk, run sort of training, we can also divide the land space and the airspace up into two ranges, Nautic 1 and Nautic 2, and they can run mini strikes into B-20 in the north and mini strikes into B-17 in the south, or break up different types of training there. The reason B-20 is not our primary range is primarily because of the terrain. It's really hard to maintain targets up there because it's essentially a dry lake bed. Dixie Valley, we talked about Dixie Valley combat search and rescue. We do special forces info, exfil, helicopter mountain flying, and convoy escort training up there. Satellite picture gives you an idea why Dixie Valley is important to us. You can see that primary NVD operating area or night vision device operating area. We need that pristine dark area for our folks to train at up in Dixie Valley. It's really hard to see. Night vision devices are really good, but they're not the end all be all. You can't see power lines on night vision devices, and 3 of the 5 fatal accidents that have occurred at Fallon in the last period of years have been from helicopters hitting power lines because they couldn't see them on NVDs. Real quick on airspace, I'm going to change slides here. Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, this is essentially the before and after photo of the airspaces. We have 4 different types of airspace here in the FRTC. We have restricted areas, military operating areas, a VFR corridor that goes through the airspace from east to west, and we have ATCAs, air traffic control assigned airspace. We can break those airspaces up into individual training areas or put them all together for that large force exercise training. The airspaces in Fallon, I've got a graphic here that'll clear it up in a second, but essentially the airspaces didn't grow up as a range complex. They grew up as individual training ranges by themselves. So as a result, they're all, it's a conglomeration of different pieces of airspace, and it's not a contiguous piece of training airspace like we need to have to conduct those integrated airstrikes during Fallon Air Wing training. There's kind of a list of all the changes. Rob has this information. I know it's an eye chart, but we can easily provide that if you'd like. But to clear it up, I've got pictures. Can everybody see that? Okay, the black outline is basically the FRTC. It's a view from the southwest looking to the northeast. Fallon is right in here. The B-16 range over here in the southwest, B-19 range directly south of Fallon, B-17 range is right here in the center, and then B-20 is up to the northwest.
Hey, Pipper.
Yes.
Hey, you're not sharing that. You're sharing the Fallon airspace constraint slide.
Okay.
See if you can find the other one. Yeah, we got your face.
How about now?
Yep, you're good. Thanks.
Okay. So like I said, this is a view from the southwest looking to the northeast. NAS Fallon's right in here. B-16 range, B-19 range down directly south of Fallon. B-17 range and B-20.
Hey, Pepper, show Lovelock.
Lovelock is up in here. If you can see my mouse pointer.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so like I said, we've got essentially four classes of airspace. Right now, the most airspace that we have is military operating areas. And military operating areas just allows military aircraft to fly in performance characteristics that general aviation and commercial aviation aircraft are not allowed to fly in. You can do things like roll angles in excess of 90 degrees, pitch angles in excess of 90 degrees, and airspeeds in excess of 250 knots below 10,000 feet. The thing about military operating areas is it's airspace that's set aside for military operations, but general civil aviation can also utilize that airspace if they want to. These are the military operating areas that we currently have. As you see, we don't have any operating areas on the eastern side of the range. All we have on the eastern side of the range right now are ATCAs, and the air traffic control assigned airspaces are just pieces of airspace that we can borrow from ATC for specific periods of time. So it's not really useful for us to train in these areas out here. Also, again, because all these military operating areas grew up as independent ranges or airspaces over ranges, they don't match up. So you don't have any MOAs on the eastern side of the area. You have this sort of stair-step arrangement over here on the western side between the Churchill High, Churchill Low, and the Ranch High and the Ranch Low over the B-16 and B-19 targets. So what we've asked to do with the FAA is to just make this one contiguous piece of training space. Take out all that stair step and then establish some additional MOAs in the eastern side of the area and extend the VFR corridor so that those VFR aircraft can fly all the way through the range without having to go through military operating areas. But again, if a civilian pilot wants to fly in a military operating area, they're legal to do that. Again, restricted airspaces are airspaces where you're conducting hazardous activities like dropping bombs. So obviously we have restricted areas over all of the bombing ranges in the Dixie Valley area here. Even though we're not doing any bombing in Dixie Valley, we are doing those low altitude flights on goggles at night. So that's why the restricted areas were established over the Dixie Valley. Again, we have these stair step sort of operations, and because you have to have a restricted airspace any place that you're conducting hazardous activities, if we expand the bombing ranges, we obviously have to expand the restricted airspace around that bombing range. So with the expanded ranges that we've talked about earlier, again, over the B-16 range where the SEALs are going to be training, we've expanded the range over here to encompass that land space, expanded the B-17 range to the south, to cover that range expansion. Up to the north, the restricted area that we had over the B-20 range was already enough to encompass most of the weapons danger zone, but we did have to, if you can kind of see it back here, this little notch to the northwest up in the Carson Sink, we did have to request an additional piece of restricted airspace to be able to contain that JDAM WDZ up there. And then we've also asked for another layer so that we could take the restricted airspaces up to 50,000 feet so we can do high altitude releases with some of the weapons that we're looking at right now. So altogether, this is what the military operating areas and restricted airspaces look like as they are organized today. This is what they would look like if we got all the airspace requests that we have given to the FAA. And real quick, this is FRTC from the northeast looking down to the southwest. Current configuration today. And one thing we didn't talk too much about is that we do have a military operating area called the Reno MOA that's up north and east of Pyramid Lake over here. And it's basically spillover airspace for doing small exercises and doing maintenance flights. So that's the current configuration today. And that would be the military operating area and restricted airspace configuration if we get the approval from the FAAs. That's all I have. Questions for me?
I don't have any questions.
No.
Well, thank you for your time, folks. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to jump off here. I have another conference call I need to be on here in about 3 minutes. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob. Rob has all of my contact information. If you have any questions for me, please let Rob know, and I'll be sure to try and get an answer for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You made it just in time, almost for 10 o'clock.
Off mute. Good morning, Commission again. Robert Naval Air Station Fallon. I want to thank Pipper for presenting that information and giving you guys a little, a baseline of what the proposal from the Navy expansion entails. There are additional pieces of that brief we can continue to move through. I think that's what Pipper had presented this morning is what his 20 plus years of probably actually about 30 years of experience really brings to the table. But more than happy to move through the other portions of the brief, which are much more specific on what the Navy's requesting. Very comfortable with that portion. Over to the Commission to see what you guys want to do for your next step here with the time we have available.
Did you want to talk specifically about the B-20 expansion or are there any questions from the board?
Well, I think in the B-20, they still didn't do anything we requested them to do.
Yeah, and Rob, this is Bryce Shields, if you can hear me.
Yep.
Could you speak to the committee approach that you've sent me a few emails about and that we've talked about? There's supposed to be a bunch of different entities and interested parties that are getting together with the Navy to corroborate. You sent me a doodle poll.
Yep.
Schedule that. Could you speak to that and inform the commissioners a little bit about the purpose of those meetings and perhaps who ought to join those meetings?
Yeah, absolutely. So back to specifically for your question, Bryce, is that within that National Defense Authorization Act, what was mandated to the Navy and also to the Department of the Interior was to stand up a intergovernmental executive committee. And the purpose of that committee was to give a platform for stakeholders as well as the Navy and the Department of the Interior to walk through the issues that are still open for the expansion, and really give that platform for that discussion to occur. So that was something that was in our record of decision that was signed last March. Was also in both. It was in Cortez Masto's bill that was forwarded to the committees, and then was in that final legislation within the National Defense Authorization Act. So we are trying to start up that committee now. We had sent District Attorney Shields that information this last week or 2 weeks ago. Trying to remember where that is, and really kind of so the purpose of that. So the purpose of the committee is to give everybody an equal voice here on that committee to discuss those topics. What we're looking to do right now is set up an initial organizational meeting, and that would be probably in about 2 weeks. That would be via Zoom. And we would host that. Really what we'd be looking for at that organizational meeting is really to set some of the mechanics of the meeting. And then, because especially since it's going to be an open and public meeting, and then figure out what some of the priorities are for that committee and kind of what we'd want to discuss, in this near term period, really, let's say this summer. And so really, again, that initial organizational meeting would be to discuss mechanics of the meeting and then priorities. And then we were hoping to, stand up and have an initial meeting sometime in April. And so, the committee would formally meet hopefully sometime this April. That's what we have loosely scheduled for right now. Within the National Defense Authorization Act, Pershing County was named as a member, and it did specify that committee member would be a commissioner from Pershing County. So the other counties that were also on there are, so I'll go through the counties specifically: Pershing, Churchill, Lyon, Mineral, and Nye, and that's basically those land areas that would be involved with the expansion. Also on that committee would be the BLM state director, the state director for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we believe right now, and the director of Department of Natural Resources, the director of Department of Wildlife, and then really what was referred to in the legislation as tribes that were within the vicinity of the current ranges. So we're expecting the involvement of local tribes that are here, within the range area, but also may have some kind of a historic or tie to the area that is around the ranges. Bryce, over to you. Is that what you're looking for? Any more additional information, or did I take it the right way?
That's exactly what I was hoping that you would explain, Rob. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I only brought it up because Larry had commented that a few of Pershing County's concerns have not been addressed, but I think that the meeting that you have outlined and that process that you've outlined today, it would be the appropriate forum to bring up some of those concerns. And so going forward, I think that the board should probably agendize its appointment to that committee for the March 17th meeting. And hopefully that's in time for the initial meeting that you talked about, Rob.
Yep.
But I really don't have anything further. As always, that was a very interesting and excellent presentation. So thank you for devoting your time to that. And thank you for keeping Pershing County and the Board of County Commissioners in the loop on this process.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And DA Shields, the other part too is that if Pershing County would like additional time, one-on-one, we're more than happy to sit down, either to talk about issues that are talking about, or schedule time to talk about that intergovernmental executive committee, or to really to if Commissioner Rackley had said, hey, if there's one or two specific issues, we want to know where the Navy's at with them, more than happy to sit down. So we're more than happy to make as much time as necessary for Pershing County.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Rob, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. We'll get a hold of you about that.
Yep, absolutely. You just ping me and you got my time and attention.
Okay.
Thanks, Rob.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. You guys too.
See you later.
Okay, we have a 10 a.m. timed event. Come on up.
Hello. Hi.
It is the 10th of the month.
Good morning.
Good morning. I really don't have anything additional to add other than the report that you have in front of you. I will be doing interviews on Friday.
Was that successful?
Relatively. And the business license and the gaming wasn't attached to this because we didn't have any coming.
Oh,
Good. So we have, Emily Water, you got anything to add?
No, I went Monday. I went read meters, took a sample to Reno, but other than that, it's going.
And we'll send more. So, number one on there, we have Bart Campbell, Aspen Creek Construction discussion regarding the frost depth for Pershing County request to lower to 24 inch. And we went through this, a month or so ago.
So it would be, it's currently.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself?
I'm sorry, for the record, Mark Hallenstein, Technical Designs. representing Pershing County. We discussed this earlier, and the prescriptive depth was 36 inches. And so they want to raise that, it appears, to 24 inches. And just a summary, the building code defines a lot of variables. One of them is the frost depth, and that varies across Pershing County. To the higher elevations and into the valleys, so that frost depth. What we're actually talking about is the cost to be able to do the soils to determine what should be done as far as the depth of the footings are concerned and what kind of soils are on there. The building code actually says that the soils should be tested and determine that it's got the right strength and it's not expansive. And in lieu of that, we've asked for a depth of 36 inches prescriptive. But they have the option of any time of doing a soils test.
They have the option to do that test.
Correct. And in talking with some folks that do that work, if they can get a sample of on the site that they want, then we can probably get that soils done for somewhere in the range of $2,000.
So if you had people wanting to do different, other than,
No, I haven't had, there hasn't been anybody else that is.
okay.
That has done anything.
So Bart, you know, I guess, give us your point of view.
And Mike McGinnis is here with me also. He's obviously, everybody knows, been a contractor for 40 years. So the first thing to explain is, you know, to everybody in here, frost depth is simply how deep the ground freezes in a certain elevation or community. So what frost depth establishes, when you pour a footing, you don't want it to freeze underneath that footing and raise the footing. That cracks it in the house or whatever. So that's what it's for. Myself, I've talked to several engineers over the phone about this issue, and the soil stability has absolutely nothing to do with the frost depth on a project. What they're requiring, I mean, I don't even know where to go with all this, but so first of all, you said $2,000, so you're gonna add $2,000 to every project, and probably at least a month's worth of time. But I don't know, you might come up here, but so I guess the first question, has anybody done a soils test with stability of soil?
Yes, we've had
In
soils
Pershing
tests.
County?
Yes, we have. Many structural engineers require that in order for them to do the calculations for
Has the county?
Obstructions, yeah.
the county. No, I don't believe we have.
So there hasn't been any done.
No.
Yeah.
There's
They've all
never
done
been one
36
done
inches.
in order to change it. So Humboldt County is 24 inches, Lander County is 24 inches. Fallon is 18 inches, parts of Silver Springs is 18 inches. Reno, which is Washoe County, that goes all the way up north, is 24 inches. I mean, we just don't see the reason to do it, because the cost, so first of all, you have $2,000 right out of the gate. Plus I can walk in right now, I can buy a permit, I have it that day, I can go work that afternoon if I want to. In that, I don't know if you dealt with engineers much, but you're looking at least a month that you're gonna hold up the project. Plus you got an extra foot of concrete, you got an extra foot of excavation that you have to charge a customer for. So that the cost never stops. Elko County is 36 inches. Ely is 36 inches in Eureka. Even the city of Elko is only 30 inches. And it's not based on the structure of the soil, it's based on the depth at which the granite is.
Yeah.
So it's a substantial cost. The salmon plant that you guys are working on putting in out there, I'll bet you it's $40,000 difference. You could have their engineers run it, but the difference between them running 24 inches with excavation and the concrete that they have to pour is at least that, maybe more.
There's parts of this valley that if you get down 36 inches, you're going to get into the water table. You're not going to get a 36-inch pipe.
You can't pour the water, you can't pour the mud. So the only thing you can do is over exit, try to figure out a way to seal that crawl space. Otherwise, the crawl space in the house can be full of water year round.
I mean, myself, and I've said this before, I like that deeper crawl space.
And that's your choice.
Yeah.
We can pour it 14 feet deep if that's what you
Yeah.
want, as long as you're willing to pay for that. But why should somebody have to pay for something that they don't want and that is completely unnecessary?
Yeah.
Like Silver Springs is only 18 inches. You know, most of Lyon County, all the Lyon County is 24 inches. Fallon's part is 18 inches, 24 inches.
So if you test one, let's say like where Mr. McGinnis is putting in houses, if you test one, can,
It'd be used for the entire.
that would
Use
be
the
for the whole
entire
area.
Yes.
It
Just
would be
one
for
test.
this whole area where he's putting in those houses.
Correct.
One
correct.
soil test.
Yeah.
And basically that's what happens. And I don't know a lot of building people around Northern Ireland. Basically on a good sized project, they'll come in and do a geotech report on the soil.
Yeah.
And I've never seen one yet that come up that needed a 36-inch footing, except in Dublin. And that was out of the air.
So what would you like to see? And we've already gone with the 36, but
I don't have a dog in the hunt. It's your guys' call. I mean, you guys do.
It's a prescriptive measure
Yeah.
for people that may not even hire an engineer or a builder. We have owner builders out there. It's a prescriptive measure to protect the building because someone eventually will sell that and you want to make sure that the value of that's there.
Yeah.
We've got an issue now where somebody sold a house and there's a pad next to it and it was represented that that's going to be a garage. We have no information about the thickness of the concrete or anything else. So we have to have some idea of just a prescriptive level. A large developer that's building and they do a soils in a valley, it's going to be different for MLA than anywhere else. So those are things that we just want to make sure that we're covering that detail.
What if they set it in accordance with elevation? As the higher you go, the colder you're gonna get. And then that necessitates maybe a 36-inch footing requirement, whereas maybe in the valleys, it could be a 24.
Sure.
Because
So,
it's a lower elevation. Would that make sense?
yeah, I mean, Washoe County has incline. That's a different setting than the Truckee Meadows. So yeah, if we wanted to have two depths, 24 for, elevation X and 36, we could definitely do that.
But would that accomplish the purpose that you're seeking to accomplish?
What Aspen has said is true. The frost depth and the soil condition are two separate issues, and we're trying to hit them both at the same time.
Okay. So it's not just about frost depth, it also, there's
The
also
soils
soil
conditions, yeah.
But I think that's what it's misleading, because when we talked about this before, the frost depth at 24 inches is really fine, but what we're talking about is the soils. So maybe you need to have something separate about the soils being tested. Do you
Well,
understand? Because you can't say the frost depth is 36 inches. We all know the frost depth isn't.
Not in the valley.
Not,
Not in the
yeah,
valley.
not in the valley. I mean, obviously up in a mountain or something, but we all know that the frost doesn't go down that far.
Right.
So that's where the confusion is. There's two separate things. The frost depth is one thing, the soils concern is another.
Right.
And the stability of the building.
The ABC code state is the density of the soil is based on the footings, and the minimum is 1,500 pounds per square foot. Well, you know, you'd have to get into some really bad material not to meet that requirement.
So what he's saying, you're gonna run all these tests and they're gonna pass. So all you're doing is adding the cost to a single family home and costing the contractor and the homeowner at least a month. I mean, I've never done anything with an engineer that didn't have these reasons. So we can't start a project until this passes. And we already know from standing site, we might be doing it 40 years, there's never been one fail. But yet they're gonna run through it. This is about money. This is all this is about. It's money and it justifies people's existence in their opinions. This is not benefit. I mean, we have to take care of the customer. We have to make sure that it's correct. It is correct. We're a licensed contractor and we have to follow the rules. And in no way that we short that. And the implication of that is not good.
Well, I mean, there's been enough building done by the county and the city that the commissioner should be able to take that geotech report and evaluate it, and you can see what the density of the soil is here in the valley, and make the opinion based on that. If you're concerned about the soil.
Do we have a geotech report?
There should be, there's one done a couple of years ago on the airport, right, Art? You should have that.
But that's the other end of the valley, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. But there should be some actually right patch through in different areas.
And that's one thing with frost depth. I mean, anybody that's lived here very long knows you don't get more than 3 or 4 inches of frost here. So with a county the size of this one, they make it 24 inches to cover all areas. Unless you're building on top of Star Peak. That's why it's set at 1 foot. Otherwise, Pershing County could be a 12-inch frost depth because it never freezes here over 12 inches. I've driven all over Elko County, and the deepest frost I've ever seen is about 18 inches deep. So they make it 36 due to the elevation and the temperature. So they're covering everything from, valleys to mountains. It's a broad thing to save people money and time.
Are there enough geotech reports? Is there the data that would allow the county to set up certain zones to cover the depths needed to make sure that the buildings are stable?
Sure.
Yeah.
There hasn't been, there's no data now, but it could be done.
But we have those reports, so we could base it that way.
We don't have reports, we don't have reports for rye patch or inlay, or there's areas, I mean, somebody will just come in and with a set of plans, and it's gonna be wherever it is in the county. I think Aspen made the point that if they don't get the depth of the footing right below the frost level, you're gonna have foundation damage. I mean, that's clear.
Then these truck stop was going in right hands, it should be able to attack that.
So where are those located?
Well, actually, the geotech in Grass Valley, or not Grass Valley, but for the truck stop for right patch, we do have it.
So you could take that and then, you could base your decision on that. And then you could take the one from the airport and do the same thing.
Yeah.
So you have two different.
And that's what we're asking, Mike.
Yes.
If there's enough data to allow for that. So you can have it maybe set a frost depth for 24 inches just in rye patch based upon the geotech.
Correct.
Because Commissioner Shank pointed out there's 2 issues going on. There's frost depth and then there's soil quality.
I don't want to be combined, the stability of soil has nothing to do.
Yeah, but we're hearing something different from.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, the frost depth could be 12 inches, but the soil quality requires a footing of 24.
Yes.
Right.
And it would come up to a structural engineer in cases where somebody just bought a set of plans online and is building a house and they have nothing, they have no information. We're concerned that doesn't, we're not worried about the the contractors that have been doing work, we expect them to do a great job. That's not what this is about. It's about protecting the entire public. And so,
And they have very specific rules on if you're gonna build a 3-story building or a 40-story building, on where you have to do that, but on a single family home. those don't apply.
the building, the International Building Code does cover soils.
Yeah.
It does cover soils.
But also, a geotech will determine the density of the ground, and that's what determines how fast that water travels and the frost follows that. So a geotech report is all you need to put an end to this discussion.
Sure.
So have you seen a geotech report for Blackout area?
Yeah, it happened.
You do have that?
Yeah.
So and yes, the FAA made us do that at the
Yeah.
airport. So you could compare the two?
So is that basically the soils in the area? Because I know where my property is, from the farm, the Farm Bureau out that way. They provided me with a diagram that showed the different soils in my area, which on my particular property, I have got clay and sand, and I mean, which is all clay. Is
Yes.
that what we're talking about?
That's what we're talking about.
So I think those are around. I mean, if I'm able to find one for me, there should be others for other areas
Yeah.
too. And I think whether it's the US government that's done it or the farm area, I'm not sure.
But you, Bing, you had a question?
I got a question. You guys are talking about cross line on concrete. Your PSI of concrete is how much? What's the PSI of concrete?
On a footing, 3,000.
So yours 22,000 PSI per square inch of concrete and dirt is what? And you're worrying about which way the frost is going. The frost is gonna take the least resistance direction to have. So when it comes to frost and concrete, it's not even a question. Look at all your sidewalks. They're on top of the ground. Do you worry about them?
Only when they crack.
What's this big deal about frost and concrete? There's no comparison to the two. You put concrete on top of the ground. Where does it go? No place. So you're discussing something that has no evidence. Frost and concrete just they don't make sense. They're talking about having to have so deep. for your foundation.
Commissioner, to get back to what you just said. So you have a map that shows the various soils, and there's places where you have caliche clay with maybe a 6 inches of volcanic overburden. And if you just dig down 6 inches, you're on some kind of a clay, expansive clay. But it varies within just your property alone,
Yes,
right?
a
So
lot.
where you would build a house, you would want to make sure you didn't build it on something.
And we did.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those are things that we're wanting to pick up during the plan review process to make sure that we're not in a situation where.
But a 3-foot cross line is not gonna change the density of your footing. It's not gonna change anything. You know, if you're gonna have 1,500 pounds per square foot at 2 foot, what are you gonna have at 3 foot? Might be the same, might not. But the frost line's not gonna change that. 3 foot's not gonna change that. It is what it is.
Soil in this valley have been 30 feet deep.
Yes.
Same soil. So unless you're gonna start putting pilings in and driving down, 80, 90, 100 feet deep to hold up houses, it makes no difference.
I think
The only thing it does is raise the cost of single family homes.
I think, you know, we could argue this all day, but I think you need to get some reports going, some soil samples and get some geotechs going and find out what the soil is here. I don't know nothing around the valley, I know.
And like I said, it improved the difference between 24 and 36. It shows where 36 inches is tremendously better than 24. That's gonna allow for the time and cost that it's gonna cost you, because it's not there.
Carl, you got a comment?
Yes, NRCS, the Natural Resources Conservation Service out here in town. They have complete soil maps, and they're actually can do that in layers now. It's all online, so you can actually see the layers of soil. So it's very, very complete.
What do you think, Bob? maybe it would be a good idea to get all of the geotech
Yeah.
and have you take a look at it. And perhaps you could make some recommendations for footage depth based upon soil conditions.
Right.
Would that be acceptable, Mr. Campbell, Mr. McGinnis?
Yeah.
Is that something that,
I mean, nobody wants to see a bit of detail, you know.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we gotta make sure that we're not going overboard.
okay,
We want to make sure it's right.
So what do we do in the meantime?
the depth is 36. It's gonna be 36 until I think the county can generate evidence and, to change that.
I mean, I'd be happy to get a geotech done on that property that I'm developing out there.
Yeah, because you have several lots left to develop and one report should cover all of
For
them.
that whole area.
Yes, I would think it would cover the
I
whole
mean,
area.
it's feasible for me to do that because even with one side, one engineer, one side report,
Yeah.
13 lots, not one engineer report for one.
For each, yeah.
So
I would
if
think-
I've done that for that area, I should establish that basic area and
Right, and that's
I
all
would
they're
say
asking right now. The whole area, yes. And does it even need an engineer or could the
Yes, you-
geotech thing that we already have, the two studies from the airport and Rypatch and the Farm Service?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's-
that would all be adequate enough.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I'm already showing the county commission.
and to
Yeah.
address your question, Mr. Campbell, so even if the board wanted to change it today, the only thing they could do is to instruct me to do an amendment to that change, and then they would still have to have a first reading, and they would have to advertise it in the newspaper, and then they would have to have a second reading and a public hearing just like this. So, I mean, they can only change things in accordance with the law. So if that was their decision to change it today, we'd still be probably 4 weeks out of it actually having an effect. So if they're gonna change it, ultimately, I think that they should probably do their homework and get a little more evidence to justify the change. And, you know, maybe it will be less than 24 in some areas, which would be even more of a benefit to contractors like yourselves, based upon the soil samples. But we don't know that yet until they can see the geotech.
So who will read the results and make the decision?
Well, I think that James is going to compile the results, and Mr.
Yeah.
McGinnis said that he would help, and, you know, he'll transmit whatever he has to James, and then it'll come before the board, and of course, the engineer will be here, and, you know, anyone who would like to attend, it's a public meeting, they can attend and express their input, and then the decision will be made. And of course, whatever the county has, you guys can have access to that, that's all public information.
Yeah.
Do you have the airport geotech? Do you have the airport's geotech?
I can get
I
that.
probably
I
do,
can get
but
that.
you probably have it.
I don't know if anybody.
I'll provide you with all. You know, I can-
Yeah, 'cause
want
you-
something from that.
Yeah, you brought them in and everything.
Yeah, so I can get one.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
One more thing along the same lines, because this is what it affects. So this has been changed because there was somebody hired from out of town to do the plan checks. And just so the board knows, is aware, I have people calling me probably once a month, trying to get me to go do the permitting for them, and a lot of times pay me as a contractor, because they cannot get a permit in this town, because of the person doing the plan checks. Lovelock is a small community, and there's a possibility here that could grow with things like what Mike's doing. But when you have somebody trying to make a small community follow Marshall County rules, you're making people leave. There's a footing right now that's formed up, that's been formed up for 4 or 5 months because of this. Because they can't pour it. They built it to the 24-inch frost depth, because that's what they thought it was. It has been for 50 years. But now they can't pour it. So they're waiting for your decision to lower it back down to 24 inches so they can pour that house. So I hope, you know, you guys keep in mind, and you, when you're doing the plan checks, we talked on the phone, and it didn't go well at all. And everybody says I'm the only one complaining. We're the only contractor working in this town. That's why we're the only ones complaining.
Where's this house at that's been
That's on the other side of Polk Canyon. That's a person from California. So if you want to know about to go, you need to get somebody that's willing to work with people who want to fill their own permits. So they don't have to spend the cost to come to a guy like me. I went through it with you on an addition for somebody. We argued about it. We argued on the phone. I argued with the previous commissioner. When it was all said and done, it held me up 3 months. You know what they changed? Nothing. It was accepted exactly as it was turned in. But it cost the homeowner 3 months. So you should keep that in mind.
Just in response to that, the codes are posted online, they're public information. Every administration looks at those. Every local jurisdiction has those, and we haven't varied from that when we ask questions and do review, so.
There's a lot of leeway there. I feel like whole permits in every county under that. Lovelock's going to be one of the hardest. Then that's
I mean, we all want to see more houses coming in, built, whatever. And I don't think we want to hinder that progress.
Nor do we want a reputation that we're difficult to work with,
No.
because it shouldn't be that way.
So let's put together the reports and we can go from there.
How long does it take to approve a plan if it's, when it's submitted?
Generally a couple of weeks.
Turnaround is usually 2 weeks,
Is that minimum or maximum?
probably maximum.
I guess I'll wait.
Yeah.
Well, and I think a lot of our old plan reviewer, he wasn't, I don't necessarily think, I don't want to talk bad about him, but I don't necessarily think he was doing us any favors either. Because a lot of the plans that we would get back, either they would be scrutinized or they would come back without anything at all, and it would just be a stamp. And I could look at them having not any review experience and know that something, that it wasn't right. So I mean, the reviews we have now are, I think they're to code, they're for life safety, and they're more thorough.
And ultimately, so we understand how this works, I review it, I give my comments to James, and James then deals with the homeowner or the builder and works out the details. Sometimes those plans come back again for another review if James has a question. Otherwise, he's free to make those decisions for the community. We're not trying to put an additional burden.
Worked with the previous plan checker a lot. He was a good guy. He was very well educated. He was good at his job. And he did hold things up. If there was a small issue on a set of plans, he let you proceed and then fix it on site as you do. And that's what other people do. They don't hold up the budget for 3 or 4 months because it's simple stuff.
Okay, so you can get those reports together. And we can go. You have one more thing on here.
We have a lot to talk
Can I
about.
talk to you real quickly? Are you gonna stick around for this next
Yeah.
portion?
Well,
Go back. Sorry.
So we have number 2, the discussion regarding status of hiring a consultant to revise or update the master plan. And including the county.
We
water
had that,
resource.
we had that lady that was going to.
Cynthia, she still is, she's been compiling her stuff and she will get back to me, I think she said, and then either next week, maybe she should have her
Quote.
yeah.
Okay, because we need to go forward
Right.
with all that and get the planning commission involved too.
Yes.
And get public hearings and,
Yep,
just,
yep,
there's a
she's
lot.
aware, yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want it to fall to
No.
the wayside or anything. And I know it wasn't. I just wanted an update.
Yeah.
So
she-
very
should be-
soon.
Should be next week, yeah.
Okay. Great.
And the same thing goes, how the county will be handling the permitting and inspections for West Coast theme.
We've had a meeting with West Coast Salmon, and I think the permitting will come in stages, and that's Mark and I have a plan. We'll be working on that.
Okay, so you're okay with reviewing those?
Yes, totally.
Normals.
Yeah. What we discussed is that there's going to be a lot of concrete work. And so I'm in conversations with Shaw Engineering, Steve Brigman with Shaw, to review, to do the inspections. There's a lot of concrete work. The first meeting went really well. We basically said we'd like to see a set of initial plans that kind of cover all of the agency approvals, everything from NDEP. Make sure that as they start into that we've got all of their environmental approvals. There's a question of, they're going to actually build the tanks into the ground. And we're discussing whether or not there's going to have to be a containment under the tank in order to make sure in case something happens.
So the main thing is we'll have some, a process in place for the bigger projects.
Yeah.
And then what about the on-site inspections? Because we don't want to hold them up with pouring concrete or doing anything that they need to get done in a timely manner. So, what is the plan for that?
They've actually we're meeting with them again on Friday, and they're presenting a schedule. So they're going to tell us what their schedule is and how that works. This has been kind of compared to Story County and things that happen there.
Yeah.
And essentially the way it works within the administrative authority is to permit and do the inspections. And then if they want special inspections or special inspection requirements, they want to inspect it 12 at night. We'll work with them and get that done.
Good. We just don't want to be the holdup.
Yeah, they plan to have, they're starting at monthly meetings, they're gonna have weekly meetings, and they'll have coordination, and we'll plan on attending those and making sure we're there to support that process.
Okay, so who's going to be physically there to inspect?
It will either be myself or someone from Shaw Engineering. I'll be reviewing the building aspects, and I've asked them to look at some of the foundational concrete issues for construction.
Will Shaw Engineering be doing the inspections along the way
Yes.
for the county?
For that project, whatever is needed that requires them to do it, they will do the inspection. If it's something I can do, I will do, but if it's something outside of my scope, then either Mark or
Then you
Sean
bring somebody
will-
else in
Right.
if Mark can't do it.
Right.
Okay.
Just so we understand, there's a design team that's developing the plans for this. They have engineers. They're going to be stamping the plans. It's going to be a fully engineered project. And those engineers are going to be also looking at making sure that their work is completed the way they designed it. But we're going to facilitate that process and make sure that's followed.
Yeah, they're going to have their own team on site, making sure that the work is done to their, like Mark said, to their specs. But
Okay.
And then Shaw Engineering will have separate charges for what work they do. So will that need to come before the board?
That will be incorporated into the overall permit.
Into their building permit.
Yeah, the permit fee will come in.
So it's not something that has to come, you'll handle that.
yeah, we'll work out a fee schedule that will incorporate
Outside charges.
outside charges.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't have anything unless you guys do.
We need to put that Shaw Soil thing back on the agenda.
Oh, yeah, and we'll have to do an ordinance change, but we need to get some information.
No.
Yeah, we need to get those reports.
Now, on the geotech report, you want the book?
You mean
Because
for the whole project, you mean?
Because that's what the geotech report is that entire.
But I think you can limit it down to the portion for soil. We don't need the whole report on a whole building.
Because that's what it does. It's for the entire site.
Yeah.
So, I've looked through them, and sometimes it's hard to narrow down specifically what they're talking about. So how would you guys prefer? Or you prefer-
Well, what we need from both of you is a recommendation that in these certain areas of the county,
Yeah.
we would be fine with 24 inches. In certain other areas, because of elevation or the soil, then we need to have 36.
Yeah.
So you
And
want,
a map of the county with it, just kind of what areas might require 24 versus 36.
Yeah.
And that's a simple, very simplification. of
And I
it.
think Ms. Bryce made a really good point that we can amend this to have, we can have frost depth at a higher elevation,
Mhm.
establish that, and then the lower elevation, a different frost
There you
depth.
go. Yeah.
what information do you guys want? If it gets put back on the agenda, what do you want to see?
Something that in that report that shows what we're looking for.
Yeah, which areas of the
Yeah.
county can have these at 24 feet and which areas of the county need them at 36 feet? That's about
So,
it.
Not feet,
so you guys are
inches.
specifically looking to, you guys are looking to, you want to look at the geotech report for the airport and the one for Ripe Hatch?
Yes.
And,
You do?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
but that's based on the geotech reports from the airport and Ripe Hatch, where it fits in the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe even
What
the
Carl
Farm
has.
Service
Uh-huh.
Okay.
and see what their soil samples show in those areas too.
Okay.
I'll look and see what I have on the airport one, and if not, Mike has it.
All right. Yeah, 'cause I don't know that
You might not
that
have.
they have
it.
to
Yep.
get copies.
Mark, can you make a recommendation based upon the geotech, based upon the soil quality
I can,
or footing depth?
I can.
That'd be a good thing.
We can
Yep.
do an analysis and say, create a matrix and say, these are
In
the
this
areas that have been
zone, it's
analyzed.
24, in this zone, it's 12, in this zone.
Yeah.
But above 5,000 feet,
36.
it's 36.
It may be, good, yeah.
And if we don't have information for a particular area, then we'll have to consider that something that has to be looked at.
Okay.
Either mandatory or prescriptive, however they want to do that.
Is it possible to have those recommendations by the 17th
Of,
of March?
2 weeks?
2 weeks?
no,
Yeah, okay.
no. Let me see what information's here, review that, and then I
Okay.
can give you,
And then
I can
get
give
back
James a
with-
date.
with Mike.
Would it be possible to find out what the geotech information is for the building that Mr. Campbell was talking about, where the footings have been poured at 24? And just maybe focus on that? Because if the soil sample says that it can withstand, that 24-inch footings are appropriate for that area, then why make the person wait?
Why make them
for a
wait?
change that's
And you know where that one's at.
I don't even know.
Oh, you don't even know where it's at?
So what we can find out, and if the county is willing to analyze the soils, whether, if we don't have data, then we need to do a test, we can do
Right.
that. So if there, we've got one situation here where something's held up, I didn't know about it, James and I
Yeah.
just found out. So,
Excuse me, Mike, one question. Do you know where this house is they're talking about that's been sitting there or this foundation?
No, I.
You don't know? Okay.
know nothing about it. That's the first I heard of it.
Okay.
All right, yeah, it's the first I heard about it too.
Yeah, okay.
So when do you think you can get all of that information and get it into a report of some kind, or maybe a recommendation for the board?
like I said, as soon as I can find out what sources are available and have time to take a look at it. I don't
Okay.
think it's gonna be 2 weeks, it's not, but we can do it in a timely fashion for you.
Okay.
And we will find out what that house is. I think James can report back.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
So could we put that on the agenda for maybe the first week in April?
Yeah.
If not
Tentatively.
sooner?
Would that work for
The
you?
7th,
The 7th.
tentative date of the 7th.
full analysis with recommendations by the first week of April. Yeah, we can tentatively put that on the schedule. Let's see.
Yeah, I know.
All the cards are facing down. I don't know what I got.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Kathy, you've been sitting here for a long time.
Oh, yeah, she has. And then after Kathy, there's a couple of things under buildings and grounds we need to go back to.
I think those have already been discussed.
Well, have they been resolved?
Hi there.
Hi, how are you doing?
No, that's fine.
Before I forget, did you find anybody to look for that you know, the face on the mountain?
Oh, no.
Darn.
And I'm not gonna go and take care flight just so that I can try to find it.
No, I don't recommend that. So we had our library board meeting just the next week after last commissioners meeting. And, you know, in talking with my staff and with the board members and Carol, what we're going to do is talk a little bit to Dr. Van Gilder today at the health meeting, and, you know, make sure that things are, the pandemic, the COVID here in Pershing County, that it's safe for us to open. And we are waiting until we get our second shot of vaccine. And we were told that it takes 2 weeks to take effect. So our opening date will be March 22nd. And what we will do, provided everything is still okay, we will have people, they can make a reservation or knock on the door, and we'll let them in, and they can look for the information that they need, which is, you know, we have had all of the services available. There's nothing in the library that would have been off limits if you know, if we had known, you know, somebody had just asked us, you know, for some materials or whatever, we would have let, you know, found them for them. So that's what we're, you know, what the plan is. And so we are hoping for the 22nd. We're planning on the 22nd.
And there was quite a discussion because they want to keep the front door closed or locked unless people call or knock. And of course, I argued that there's no reason that the front door should not be unlocked and open so people could come in.
It is funded with public money. It's a public's right to be in that library.
This is the issue, though. The library board actually is over the library per NRS versus the commissioners. Yes, we provide funding and all that, but we as commissioners cannot tell the library board, other than I argued and argued and did the best I could. And they agreed with the director about keeping the door locked. I don't agree. I understand what you're saying.
Is this after you open on the 22nd or until the 22nd?
We are going to, for the first while, have it locked, and then we'll see how that goes. And then, you know, we'll go through some stages and maybe open it up.
So how do you open a library on the 22nd if the doors are locked?
Yeah.
Well, it's just a matter, we're basically open now.
What would be different from what you're doing now to then?
Well, they'll be able to come into the building and look for their own books. But basically, everything that we have is available right now. If somebody will just ask us for it, you know, we'll get it.
Except access to the building.
Yeah.
Except access to the building.
But see, that's, and you know, I don't want to rehash what I already said because I know that it's upset you and everything, but that wasn't my point. My point was it is a public library. And I did not agree with the board at all. And I think that if you had been a little bit more open and your staff, that you felt you could let people come in freely, the board would have agreed with you. And the staff, unfortunately, is paid, not unfortunately, the staff fortunately is paid by the county. And as Shayla mentioned, public money. If you're going to stay closed, how many books are people actually taking out and stuff? Have you kept a record of that? And people don't know, one, that they can do that. It's not well known to everybody. And there are individuals who don't want to operate that way. They want to walk into the library. And I'm not going to say any more because I know I've said all this already.
Were you here when I mentioned the senior center?
Yes.
Okay.
So, oh, no, this
Oh, you
morning? No,
We are opening on the 15th.
Okay, and for who?
Pardon me?
For who?
For
whom?
lunches.
That's for the seniors, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not gonna let 30 years old and
Oh,
20,
no.
20-year-old?
And nothing has changed there. It's for the senior
Okay.
population.
But wait, if
So
somebody
you
goes
have-
into the senior, excuse me, if someone goes into the senior center under the age of 60 or whatever it is, they just pay for their
They have to
meal.
pay for lunch.
Yeah, they're allowed
They're
in.
not gonna be sent away. if
No.
there's meals available.
But basically, it's a captive audience. For the most part, it is the seniors.
Mhm.
Seniors who have been quarantining and staying off on their
I'm
own.
not gonna say
You know,
anything.
you're not having families go in with kids or, you know, people in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, for the most part are not going in there. And they're not touching everything.
Yeah.
And, you
But
know,
I also said they could wear gloves. They could be required to wear a mask. You know, I pointed out all those things, but because, I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Doesn't the
I'm not
library
gonna-
have a hand sanitizing station?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Does the
you.
library not have a hand sanitizing station?
We do. But the American Library Association is saying, you know, we quarantine our books. Everything has to be quarantined when it comes back.
I
So,
understand that. But libraries are open in our district schools.
For a captive audience, children.
Children carry more germs than most adults do. Trust me, I'm raising grandkids. I don't understand not opening our public library. I have grandchildren that cannot find a book that they want to read in the schools and they want to go to the library. But I don't have the time to get online and do all this stuff to order a book. They want to go in and find the book they want to read. That's what opening a library is all about, for the readers that want to go in and don't know what they want to read, but they find something that they want to read.
We have a lot of people who call the library and they don't know specifically what they want to read. We have parents that call and say, you know, my child likes princesses, mermaids, horses, you know, whatever. Or they want books about cars or boats and for their kids. And then a lot of people will call and say they want the latest James Patterson, Nora Roberts, Childs, you know, all these different authors. And if they don't know what specific book they want, they can say, you know, okay, I like these authors, what else have you got? And in a lot of cases, they're reading books that they would not have picked for themselves. And we've had a lot of comments about how they've discovered authors because they were reading books that they never would have picked for themselves, but they have really enjoyed. Mandy and Cameron really have a lot of followers. You know, somebody will call and ask specifically for Mandy or Cameron, and they, you know, they have had luck with them. You know, they really enjoy the books that they're finding for them, and so you know, we're checking them out. We are letting people make appointments to come in and use the computers. You know, we have people come to the door, they want photocopies, and we do those for them. You know, all of our services are available.
Yeah. Carolyn, did you have a comment? You were raising your hand. I don't know if you had.
Yes, I just want to let you know that going and looking for books is not all that happens in this library. I spend a lot of time between meetings sitting in the library. And when school is in session, when school is out, I knew that school was over for the day because there would be kids coming in, playing hide and seek in the back. So there are other things that happen in the library, in our library business.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think it's important that we have that open to the public. a public building, the books are paid for by the public, all of our taxes pay for the books. It's important to have it open. And especially since cases are going down, I mean, we'll hear what the doctor says this afternoon,
Right.
but I mean, the daily rate in December was 2,800 and now it's 280 a day for the whole state of Nevada. And so, and like I said, we have the vaccine, we have several treatments. And I think it's important that we open up the community and show everybody that we're not afraid.
The problem is, part of the problem is two of the people in the library either have underlying health conditions or live with somebody that does. And, so we have to protect
But
that.
other county employees might have the same thing, and we're all going to work and dealing with the public every day. And it just gives, to me, it gives the impression that those employees are being protected more than other employees.
Well, and
Want
if,
any harm to come to anyone, but we need to open this up. We need to, everybody has their situation.
and part of the guidelines that you had were children under 8 needed to be accompanied by an adult.
And they do that anyway.
So that way, as Carolyn was saying, there wouldn't necessarily be little kids running around in the library at this time.
Yeah, it's not the little kids that run around.
I think that you've gotten the impression of how this commission feels and how the general public feels. You haven't heard from everybody because there's a number of individuals out there that are very upset that the library is closed.
And have you asked them to call me?
Will it make a difference?
Yeah, I cannot address what I don't know about.
But they want the library to be open. If you're not willing to open the library, that's not going to change.
I have talked to quite a few people, they've come to the door and they've wanted to come in, and when we explain to them the reasons that we're not open, they understand. And they are getting the information, the reading materials that they want. We're not the only library in the state. There's lots of libraries. There are a few who are open, regular, well, sometimes limited hours, sometimes regular hours. But the majority are doing curbside pickup. And
This is Pershing County. We didn't have the issues that Clark County has. We don't have the issues that other counties have. This is Pershing County.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so on the 22nd,
Well, you're
You're
gonna
gonna-
come to the meeting.
now you're gonna talk with Dr. Van Gilder?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm doing the same thing. We've already talked, but we're gonna meet one more time at the center.
So she's going over to the center.
She's gonna go meet me there so I can physically show her what we're gonna do.
Okay.
So there's a suggestion for you.
Okay. Her schedule, well, obviously her schedule allowed her to do that. I just know
Yes.
that she's,
We had to agree on when
Sure.
we could get together. Yeah.
sure. Okay.
But you'll come this afternoon for the 1 o'clock meeting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Will she be here or is it?
Yes, no,
Yes.
well, either that or on Zoom.
Yeah.
And then, are there any other updates on the library besides, that you need to update us on?
Not really. We're still doing the grants and we're buying some Chromebooks and Justin is going to be improving our Wi-Fi. And anyway, so that sort of thing is happening.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Rodney, you've been back there a long time. Come on
We
up.
need to go back to buildings and grounds. There's 2 items on there that haven't been
I'm gonna
covered.
make mine kind of quick because I got an appointment.
Okay.
Reading all the time.
Okay.
Okay, so EMS still going strong. We're 22 members. We actually have 2 people that are off on medical right now. All of our equipment's in good shape. City truck, we had problems with it, one of our big fires. Electric governor went out on it. I got the parts for it, replaced it. It was back in service fairly quick. Tune is about $3,400. So that one, so we're all in good shape there. We're still doing, our training is geared towards the firefighter one, so we're doing that once a month. The EMS is still doing CEU classes, certified classes, once a month also. We're state fire marshal's office has opened up their training again now, so they're actually putting out stuff for classes. We'll probably be sending some of our officers and stuff to those classes as they become available. I think the city-county meeting went very well the other night. They did decide to put a committee together. I'm not really sure who the committee chairman is or how you guys are working that back and forth, but hopefully we can get that going as quick as possible so we can start discussing those problems.
I've talked to the mayor and he has a couple of people in mind that he's gonna ask.
Okay.
And when our board discusses it, I've got a few people in mind as well. It was mentioned at the time that the fire department should be on it, and I'll be truthful with you. I honestly feel it should be people that are totally objective and then don't have, that can do the research for other places and see how they operate. You've already presented, you know, what your thoughts are.
Yeah.
And what we need is to look at it just totally and say, okay, is this the right way? Is that the right way? And nothing against, you know, what you have to offer. It's just, we need people that are looking at it with fresh eyes and can say, yeah, this is what's best for our county and what we can afford.
Well, I agree. There will be people from the fire department on that committee though, right?
I don't know. It'll be up to us as a
And
board.
I think somebody should be, otherwise.
I mean, how are you
they're not
gonna know
any
what we
information.
do if you don't have?
I think there needs to be someone from the.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not necessarily.
So what the committee is going to be looking at least my impression of what was the purpose of it, is to determine whether it's going to be a 318 district or whether it's going to be a fire district. And also to figure out the type of structure that's going to work best for the volunteer fire departments. And I don't think that the city and I don't think the county can make that decision without having input from the volunteers themselves. So it makes sense to have at least one of them on that committee.
Hey, Bryce, this is Marty. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
What if we have 4 or 5 officers? What if you choose an officer that is not Rodney or myself to help? Like Bryce is saying, I feel like someone should be from the fire department on that committee. So what if you just did someone other than Rodney or myself?
It just needs to be somebody that knows the operation of the fire department.
Correct.
So they can explain to the others.
And we've got somebody, I think we have somebody in mind for that.
Okay.
Right.
That's got a pretty good background in that.
And the other issue is the ambulance. We have to make recommendations on the ambulance.
So what I would say is we probably ought to get on that as soon as possible.
Right.
You know, I mean, the quicker the better, probably. Anyhow, you guys let us know when you want to put that together. We'll let you know who we have that will represent the fire department.
So maybe that appointment could be on the next agenda for the 17th.
Yeah, sounds good. So then you'll tell us who the chairman is. We'll have everything going out. But otherwise, I think everything's going pretty good. I don't know if Mike's on the on or not.
He said no.
No. Okay, so I was going to have him see if he was have anything on grants or anything like that. That's about it. Otherwise, we're moving along pretty good.
Cool.
Any questions for me?
No.
Drive safe.
Okay. Good now. Thank you.
For Grass Valley, I do have a report from Sean Burke, and he has 2 on here. One's the fire department, one's emergency management. He said he has a busy February, or had a busy February, with numerous medical calls. This year, starting a renewed push to complete firefighter 1 for all the members. 14 members of 18 that are authorized. He's preparing for the budget workshops. It appears we do not or did not complete or perhaps submit for an AFG grant to buy SCBA's. All departments are going to have to wrestle with how to replace the existing products. And then he says life is good at Grass Valley Fire Department. I can go ahead and do the rest of his report. Focused on COVID vaccinations. The next event is Safeway Pharmacy, which is this weekend, the 6th and 7th at the community center. After that, we will do a drive-through pod on 27 March and 24 April. They're arranging staffing and logistics for that right now. We will likely need to schedule additional pod events in order to meet demand in a timely manner, as the health nurse can only do 50 to 60 each week. And the hospital is doing 20 or less. We are starting to get more vaccine allotted, and with the approval of the Johnson & Johnson 1-dose vaccine, he expects that to pick up. I will also bring this up to the Board of Health, which is this afternoon, that we likely need a long-term standing plan for doing these events or some other model to deliver the vaccines in the long term. The state has 52,000 earmarked for Pershing for COVID vaccine support, gathering input from key players now and how we intend to spend it. Nobody here from Emily, nobody here from Right Patch. Dixie, you've been here a long time too.
Well, I'm not thinking that.
There's no one on the phone. Is anybody on the phone for the fire departments at all?
Not that I see.
Okay.
Am I ready? We have an 11 o'clock agenda item.
That's right.
We have an 11 o'clock agenda item.
Oh. Go for it. No, no. Go ahead and do what you're doing, and we'll go to the 11.
Okay, you all received a copy of my report?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to read part of it and the rest. I think that is just for your information. And I don't need answers. It's just, you know the scoop.
Yeah.
So, the people that don't know who's in the audience here and who's on Zoom, or wherever they're coming from, this is my last report for the community center directorship, as I am returning to my job at the extension office on March the 31st. In this report that I've given you, I have several questions which I do not want you to answer me. These are just questionings that you might yourself ask the board to help resolve for the next director. The chart below reflects the monies that we brought in since June of 2020. And we are pretty close to what we brought in year to date in February of last year. So we're only like $5,000–6,000 off. I think that's pretty good because the community center is opening up. We've had several schedules, so it's just booked. The community center since May 2020 has had 3,363 people pass through the doors. We have the presidential election and the COVID testing and vaccinations. And not all of these people came into the community center, so I counted the number of attendees of each meeting using the contracts of the customers to get the total amount with reports by individuals. So that's how I came across that number. I anticipate 1,500 people in the next 2 months, and if Vesta holds their event this year, the number will go up substantially. I feel this warrants a carpet shampoo since I've been told on 2 separate occasions by the man that installed it that it's okay to shampoo every 3 to 4 months. And when I asked if this be done, it doesn't get done. So I feel that every 6 months would be okay with the number of people visiting the community center. Since the carpet was installed 21 months ago, it has not been cleaned properly in its entirety, in my estimation.
Since the carpet was installed, some 7,000 people have come through the community center. In regard to the community center cleaning, Bruce has filled in for the custodian, and the community center has never looked better and so clean. It's spit shine. Cleans and takes his time along with it. He is receptive to whatever I ask him to do. So thank you to Bruce Medeiros for his time and hard work, because he's really put in a lot of time over there. He gets ridiculed for it sometimes, but he does a great job.
He does a good job.
So then the question was, why wasn't this happening before? So the rest of it, you know, if you would like for me to read through it, I will. If you'd rather not, then I won't. But I want you to be aware of everything that's in there, because there are definite problems. They need resolved. And after this, I'm not going to bring up another problem, because I'm just not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
So being that this is the end of my report, and you have all of the problems listed, the only thing I'm going to say is, if I can find it, tell you. That God's in control. He has my back. He knows that people don't leave positions unless they are forced to leave in positions. And sometimes when you should leave a position and you don't, he gives you a little bit of a boost, so he kicks you in the butt, so you'll get out of there. So this is one of those times when I did not want to leave this job because I love the job. But in this case, I was forced to leave it under duress. And I just wish you the best with the next director. And I hope that you can solve these problems that go with it. So that's all I have, unless you have questions about the remainder.
And
of
I
the
thank
report.
you for all that you've tried to do with the community.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it, because you know I worked hard.
Yep.
So God bless you all, and have a good day.
Thank you.
We didn't receive the report till this morning, so I
Right.
haven't had a chance to
Right.
read it.
I didn't send a report because I had an emergency trip to Fallon yesterday.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to let you know that it's hard to, without reading it.
I realize that, and that's why I didn't read the rest of it, which I could, but I think it's important that you read it yourselves and take it from there, because it no longer is going to concern me. So,
I'd like to say you guys are doing a great employee. She's been a great employee. She's been with us working with 4-H, and she really stepped it up. She's been through a lot of 4-H directors with us, and she stepped it up. And that report right there telling how many people have been in the community center was excellent.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm so happy to say that our taxpayer dollars went to paying someone like this for a while.
thank you so much.
And I totally agree with you. You've done a great
Thank
job.
you. I appreciate it.
You can't see the.
I will be next door, but, anyway, like I said, I wish you luck.
Carmen, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. You want me to wait for the mic, or? I just wanted to present Dixie also too. We have 2 meetings in that building weekly. We have downsize one with all the activities and everything that she has in that building. We've always been accommodated. And for people like me that are addicted and have alcoholism, that's a biggie. Because if we don't meet, then, you know, there can be death, and she's accommodated our groups. It's great, and I thank you, Dixie.
Thank you, Carmen, very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Jason. Okay, we have 11 o'clock. We've kind of overrun on public hearing regarding proposed projects for the CDBG COVID round 2 funding in the amount of $39,774. Yes, some report.
Well, I contacted Jessica Sanders, who answered some of my questions. All the things that I'd like to see us do, we can't do. It can fund Meals on Wheels. Anything that is approved, if we apply for it, cannot, it would be effective July 1, so it'll be from July 1 on. And I don't know whether the senior center has that big of a need, $39,000 worth for
Not
Meals
that
on
much.
Wheels. But we could use it, you know, to employ somebody to help with that. There's a number of things that we could do.
That's a
regarding
good
that.
discussion to have.
Yeah, But that's basically it. I asked about, someone had asked about the OSHA, for instance, and whether we could help the businesses with their fines. And I was hoping that this might be able to do it. Absolutely not. There's no way. Other counties are using these funds for HVAC improvements, which we could do for the community center and the senior center, but we've already done those things. So
We need some of that at the senior center.
well, to some degree, but it cannot be used to upgrade the electrical. It could be used for a unit.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, or something, but basically the community center would be an area, or the senior center.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting. It's very limited to what we can do. And so those are the only things that I can think of, but I don't know how. It's a shame because I could spend $39,000 in a heartbeat.
If
it
you
had
didn't
more
have those
leeway.
restrictions.
Yeah, this much.
So where do we go? What do you need? What do we need?
Block grant. Block grant. Yeah, it's some CARES Fund Act funding, but they diverted it through this avenue, and each county was given so much. We're like just under 40,000.
There are so many restrictions on them that pretty much, if you don't spend the money, they get it all back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
I
there's got to
think-
be use for it somewhere.
And the deadline for applying is coming up. Like,
What's the deadline?
I don't, but do you recall?
I
It's
have
like the
it too, but-
24th or something of March.
The 20-something of March, 21st or something like that.
So I'll keep working on that. I'm sorry. but I shouldn't-
Oh, I didn't have a question. You say-
It's discouraging is all I can say.
Yeah.
Here you go. And I checked to see what other counties were doing. And like I said, most of them are doing improvements to HVAC. I asked about our jail because we could use that, a new system in the jail. No, not in the jail, not in other county buildings, but senior centers, community centers. So
I'm sure we can.
I am hoping we can be creative here and get it approved.
Okay, thank you. Is Steve Foster on the?
We still have community center items that we can do too.
Yeah, you need to go back.
Justin, IT department.
Boy, these meetings are getting complex quick. I don't really have anything new to report today. I'll have a bunch of stuff for you at the next commissioners meeting. I've mentioned to, I believe, all three of you at this point about plans for growing the department and some consideration for the future of our technology environment. Larry and I have been on several meetings already. I have several meetings up and coming, both related to current activities and to projects for the next fiscal year. So we'll have quite a bit to discuss at the next commissioners meeting, and I'm hoping to get some direction on where the three of you would like me to move. So unless you have questions for me.
I put on there about social media because it's come to my attention, like we have different Facebook pages that may be out there that have been established for different county things that Justin doesn't have the administrative capabilities. And when people change, then we may not have that information to do that. And with Facebook, need to be an administrator in order to do certain things. And so that's why I asked that, you know, everybody that has a Facebook or, and I just was putting examples, you know, Justin would have to tell us, but web pages or Twitter or something that is not currently under our county website where he has control, they need to put him on as an administrator so that if something happens, we have some control over that. And not to keep people from posting their stuff that they need, but just so that, and the one example I have is the recycling center. I don't have any way to update other than to make posts on it for the recycling center.
Right, yeah, that, and that's really a security concern. Because what happens if, well, like we had with Marsden House. We had an amicable split with the person who was maintaining the Facebook page for the Marsden House. But what if that had gone the other way? Now, because I didn't have access until he gave it to me, he could have posted whatever he wanted. Which I'm not saying he would have, but you know, in this hypothetical scenario with a hostile potentially exiting employee, could post whatever he wanted, and I would have no way to redress that.
Well, and I think the senior center has a Facebook page. I'm not sure who has Facebook pages, but all I'm asking is that Justin be able to be put as an administrator so that if there's a transition of some kind, then we have access to it, because those are representing the county, those pages. And that's all it is. It's not to point any fingers at anybody or anyone, because nobody's doing anything wrong. It's just that we do have an IT department now, which we didn't for a long time.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of logistics and security. There should be ideally there would be 2 administrators. So like if something happened to me, I walk outside and get hit by a bus, I'm not the only one who had the keys to the kingdom.
So do you have any questions or issues?
Nope.
Or anything?
When I say as having a Facebook page, I totally agree with what you're saying about those other departments, but I'm an elected official and there would be notice when I'm no longer that elected official. So I don't see the need for my page to have him as an administrator on that.
Well, and like I said, I was only recommending this because of
And I totally agree
transitions.
with those other departments, because those are employees, but I'm different than an employee. I'm an
So Lacey, what about if you were to walk outside and get hit by a bus? Then who
Well,
has
but my
access
chief
to?
deputy or somebody in my office has that administrator behind me.
Okay.
So
I would,
there's another one.
so long as there's if I don't have direct access, that's fine. So long as there is another county employee that has the access.
And with Lacey's Facebook page, that's how I remember to pay my taxes.
Ideally, we would actually have like a social media manager or a community manager who would be responsible for everything about our social media presence. And then the departments would just go to that social media manager and say, hey, put this up there.
Yeah. We just need more revenue.
Exactly. I don't think we're at a point where that is a necessity, but that would be the ideal situation.
And if we did it now, then there would be more work for you, which you don't need anything else on your plate.
No, and when we started the overall county Facebook page, that was something that I said that if we want something on it, somebody is going to have to give it to me to post, because I just don't have the bandwidth to come up with that content.
So would you have an objection with letting Justin at least know who the backup administrators are? Is there anybody else that's an elected official that has a Facebook page? I mean, I don't know.
I don't.
I mean, we can
Oh, I
do
have a
some Facebook
personal
pages,
one,
but-
yeah, that's, but not a county one.
And that's something that we'll want to look at is what Facebook pages are out there that purport to be an official county entity that is under our umbrella. It's like, I don't need nor do I want access to the school district's Facebook page because they have nothing to do with us. They're not under our umbrella.
So did you?
Good job.
So do you want to take action on this, or do you want to talk about it more, or what would you like to do?
I don't. Do we need to take action on it? Yes.
Bryce is not.
Want to make a motion?
Lacey brought up that as an elected official, that she doesn't feel that she needs to provide him as an administrator for her clerk treasurer Facebook. She has a deputy clerk treasurer that has administrative capability. So she has it, please pipe in. I'm just trying to, she has exception to having to provide that to him.
I think that if we have IT person who's in charge of all of the county computers and in charge of county facilitated Facebook pages, regardless of whether it's an elected official or not, he ought to be in charge of it. That doesn't mean that he's in total control, but he definitely has access to it.
Well, my concern was when something happens to the person that's the administrator, that we don't have access to that Facebook page anymore.
Well, that's why the
Yeah.
IT person needs access.
Yeah. Do you know of other ones out there that need to be changed?
Well, the recycling center.
And I think that's still hiding.
Heidi doesn't have it anymore.
Barb doesn't.
Yeah, that's what she said. So I mean, that's, we're kind of like, where are we? Your senior center has one, correct? Does it? I don't know.
I believe it does.
I think it
Well, we might.
And if we need to change it, it's not a big deal.
Right.
But I don't even know
And
who it is.
I don't think there's a way for me to tell who the administrator is, the administrator. So there's not really, for me to request access to that page without knowing exactly who it is, I basically have to send a message through Facebook to that page. And then the people in charge of that page have to check it, see that message, believe that I'm not a scammer trying to social engineer my way into having access to the page and get back to me.
I would guess that Jordan has those senior center one, but I don't know without. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done.
So in terms of the elected official issue, at the very least, is it reasonable that Justin used to be a user on a Lacey? No?
I don't know, I didn't say no. Justin already knows, him and I have had discussions before. I already have issues not being able to have access to my employees' computers and those kinds of things.
Oh, you definitely should.
Well, but I have to go through Justin. I can't just say,
And
like
it's,
Rachel's gone, but we still need stuff from her computer. So I have to go through Justin
Right.
to get it.
and from an information
And if
security
I had an
standpoint,
employee issue and I wanted to be on their computer, like obviously they would be sitting there to give it to me, but
and
I
from,
shouldn't need to go through Justin to handle an employee issue.
I'm suffering the same situation in my office.
I mean, there's things that we planned ahead and put on a shared drive or whatever that we knew that we would need, but there's stuff that we might not know that we need that's stuck in that computer.
see, and so that actually brings to light a couple of issues overall with our IT environment. One, that we are storing stuff on individual users' workstations. That should not be happening at all. We should have a central file storage server that has spaces divvied out for departments that are locked down so that no other department can access them. Each employee would have their own storage that is just for them, but then if they exit or for whatever reason, I can give access to that location to their department. And number two, that non-IT personnel have admin credentials at all. if it is a user management issue, it should absolutely go to an IT department. Even department heads over their departments, they should be coming to me to manage the users in their department, not their employees. So if they have employee issues, that's on them. They just come to me for access when they need it. The more people who have the ability to control things at an administrative level, the more you're opening yourself up to security issues. The idea, the standard, the best practice for information security is least privilege, most restrictive, least permissive, so that every user from the IT administrator to the CEO to managers all the way down to the frontline workers only have the access they need to do their jobs.
So Justin, if Lacey wanted to look at one of her employees' computers, she could just go to you and say, hey, I need to look at so-and-so's computer. And you would facilitate that.
And I understand that, but the problem is.
No, that was a question. Is it that easy?
So in the current way we do it, I can't just give Lacey access. Lacey is a local administrator on all the computers in her office. So if she knows how to get to the users folder on those computers, she can get to the users folder on any computer in that office. It just means she has to go to that workstation. That's not really a great way to do it. If we had all of our file storage centralized, then I can just attach a drive to her computer that leads to her employees' files, and there we go. That's what we can do with our email system now. I can and I've already actually done it for Lacey's employee who left. I can just give access to her employee's email to her. And she has all the messages that were sent and received. She has access to all of the OneDrive files that if her employee had put anything in OneDrive. That is where we need to be as far as our file storage. So that it's not a department head having to go to a computer. I just give the access. And that's something that can be done over email.
Well, and I've talked and worked with Justin, but it's the issue that I have is that before, and obviously we all have our own sign-ins for our financial programs and all of those things. But our office is so interconnected that like we have the bank scanner on one computer. We don't each all have a bank scanner. So if Sarah's not there, and we fixed that, we had no access to that scanner to do our remote deposits. Where before we could just go to whoever's computer and do what we needed to do. We can't do that anymore.
Right. And that's
if I needed to go to Rachel's computer and look up a Word file, I could just go to her computer and do it.
And she was doing that because she had her employees' logins. That is a huge no-no.
Well, and not necessarily that even.
Yeah.
My employee might not log in every 20 days.
I mean, if I want my employees
They're
login,
your employees.
then I'm gonna have to get my employees login.
But I can give you access to their stuff without you having to have their login.
So what's the difference though?
Logins are actually considered as, so logins are considered private information. In fact, if you look at the FIPS standards, if he just knew that you were doing that, they would.
Well, and Bryce has different information in his office than I have in mine. Everything in my office is public record, and I don't understand why it all has to be logged.
What about elections information?
It's public record.
But the state is requiring us
Yes,
to
well,
lock
I
that
understand
down.
that. We have to have multi-factor to get into our election system, which the only way it can work right now is that we use multi-factor to get onto our computers.
Right.
But that's not, it's so that they have control of their users. It's
And-
not that information.
And sharing passwords is the exact thing that multi-factor authentication is used to defeat.
I know.
So I understand what you're saying, and this is a huge discussion that we need to have, and probably with budgets too, because there's other recommendations that you have. But right now for the Facebook or social media, I would go ahead and make a motion that we approve that the social media, like Facebook, Twitter, whatever, that the IT technician is set up as an administrator, able to access those pages in case of, personnel changes or whatever, so that we're not kind of left high and dry. And then, who's the backup for you? That's something else that we have to talk about as well.
Can I do, before the motion seconded and voted on, can I do a little bit of research into the interplay between Lacey's autonomy and her ability to make these independent decisions with, and sound IT policy?
Okay.
And then I can maybe.
So I'll withdraw my motion at this point, but yeah, there's some serious conversations that we.
And I didn't realize that there would be any opposition, so I saw it on the agenda and I thought.
Well, I didn't
Cool.
think,
Well,
it's
I
not
have no problem with
opposition.
that.
I know, I know.
I feel like as an elected official, I should.
Right.
have control over it.
And I have, if we can find a middle ground where we have backups and we have security, I'm okay with not having my fingers into everything. That is perfectly fine with me.
You just love the power, Justin.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, no, you brought up some good points, and everybody has.
And
And I know Justin's probably irritated talking to me,
No,
and it's
no.
not that I don't want it to be secure, I just.
right.
I
No,
just have
it's-
access to certain.
I mean, and the problem with having the policies that we've had, because we're not the only organization to go through this, is that once you've given everybody those controls, it is the hardest thing in the world to grab them back.
Yep.
I know I'm gonna have some similar discussions with other department heads, just because that's the way we're used to doing things. Whether it's the right way to do it or not.
So Bryce will do a little research. Add another thing to your stack of things to do.
We actually have to have some policy discussions too, directly relating to your audit. Yep.
Do you have Heidi on there at all?
Heidi is not connected.
Not in today.
Okay. So we have under economic development, we have Brownfields grant update, so we can't do that. Discussion to send a letter on a regular basis, weekly, bi-weekly, to the Nevada Department of Transportation concerning replacement of the G29 bridge.
We just send one daily.
It's whatever you guys want to do.
They might actually start paying attention.
They may, you're right, you're right. And we talked about this at our last meeting. So I think we should do that.
Weekly? Not twice a week?
And to the railroad.
Oh, yeah.
Not to the railroad. Yeah.
So, yeah, the railroad is great too.
I think weekly's good.
Weekly?
Do we all three want to sign them weekly, or do you want just the chair, and it doesn't matter to
Yeah, I
me?
don't think, it doesn't matter to me, but I don't think
Or
we're all three.
maybe bi-weekly, because the chair could just sign it when the chair sets the agenda.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do we need to make a motion or anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we send a letter to NDOT and also to the railroad, actually, regarding the G29 bridge bi-weekly.
And I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We have a public pretenders report that was handed to us. Anybody have any questions on that report? code enforcement. We did get some pictures. I don't know if you got copies of these.
No, I think we just.
I texted Fran to have her come down,
Oh,
so
I mean, here's some pictures if you didn't get copies.
so maybe move to.
I can't do this without licking my fingers. So this is the before.
Well, I'll go on and then,
If that's all right.
okay. Lacey, do you have anything to report?
I do, but there's other items that we didn't finish under unclassified. There's a whole bunch under community center that we didn't finish.
And buildings and grounds. Wow, look at that.
We actually didn't do anything under community center except for the update.
Oh, there's more items under that.
Yes.
Instead of just.
Well, D as well.
Isn't that amazing? I
What's
think
that?
she needs
D?
this back.
5D, buildings and grounds, where we build it.
My comment to that was, we've already discussed those, so I was moving past and trying to get rid of this,
So
or out of this meeting.
has that been done though?
As far as I'm concerned, it has.
What? Is the supervisor being included in the FAA and Armstrong consultant meeting?
We just had some recently with Lacey, and Mr. Hanker was included in all of those.
And then on the Tool on Peak, does the buildings and grounds supervisor have access?
So my
that
question to
building?
you is, what exactly do you think the Buildings and Grounds Department is going to do at the building on Toulon Peak?
In the past, the buildings and grounds supervisor has been involved with that facility and with the TV station.
And what do you think he's going to do in that building? I
I
mean,
don't
there's no
know.
windows to wash. You can't, I mean, the floor, there's a wet mop up there, and it's wet mop once on a maintenance run. There's nothing else the Buildings and Grounds Department can do in that building.
What does Larry and Norm do up there?
The
What do you and Norm do up there?
technical.
Technical.
I tried to get up there Saturday and I got within a mile of it and I couldn't get there because of snow. I have an email from Norm today. He has medical issues going on in his house, which may or may not be related to a COVID shot. Anyway, so he can't get there anyway, so. Yeah, when he can get there and when the road permits, he has to go up there. We have to go up there and get Channel 8 going. I have another call in here during this meeting from Channel 5. Don't know what they want, but they may have received their part to get Channel 5 working on Virginia Peak. And Virginia Peak, if you don't know, is over by Wadsworth.
So maybe the board should find out if the buildings and grounds supervisor needs access to those buildings for non-technical reasons.
So I don't know what the big deal is here.
Well, it didn't used to be that a commissioner was.
The
in
last
charge
time
of
the
that
Buildings and
TV
Grounds Department went up there, they left the door open when they left. You may not know that. Bryce knows that. How do you guard against that? You don't allow other people to access it unless you're there. So far as I'm concerned, it's a closed issue. When there's something up there that the Buildings and Grounds Department needs to do, I'd be more than glad to have Mr. Hanka do whatever needs to be done.
Let's table this issue for a different day. Okay, so that it can be discussed with full information, because Commissioner Rackley suggested that Buildings and Grounds doesn't need access to it. So let's find out what the access might be, and then the board can vote on it and give it directive from there.
Maureen, you're up next.
What about Fran?
What?
Brand's here.
Oh, Fran, you came in. We have seen your pictures. Good job.
Yeah, awesome. Did you need these back?
Yes, okay, so this is for 2 months. I currently have 169 open complaints. 11 have been resolved, but I got 9 new complaints. My contact activity is 184. And the breakdown for the areas, for the open complaints, Grass Valley, there are 83 open complaints. There's 12 in Emily, 9 in Lovelock, 21 in Rye Patch, 18 off Highway 400, the Buena Vista area there, and 26 out in the remote areas. The resolved ones that, of the 9, 3 of them were in Grass Valley, 1 of them was in Emily, 1 was in Lovelock, 2 were in Rye Patch, 1 was off Highway 400, and 3 of them were in the remote areas. So we're still making progress slowly.
You're making huge progress, because when you started, we had like over 400.
Yeah.
It was about 300,
Yeah,
a
but
little
about
over
400
300, 350.
complaints.
Yeah. So
Wow.
it's getting there.
Well, not only did you clear up those, but you've, as ones have come in,
We're working on them. Yeah.
That's
So
great.
it seems to, yeah, they come and go. We did win another court case, and that resulted in compliance. One of those was in the picture that I showed you. And then with spring coming up, my plan is to get with Mitch and try to get some dump days going up in Grass Valley and Emily again.
Oh,
See if we could get those organized to make it a little easier for people to take their stuff to the, rather than coming all the way to Lovelock from Grass Valley. Because sometimes that is 6 or 7 trips, and to get that done on a day off or on a weekend is kind of hard for them. So that's what we've been working on. Any questions?
No, you're doing a great job.
Yep,
Thank
you
you
are.
so much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen?
You have the community center you need to revisit.
Thank
For
you.
me.
What else is under communities? Acceptance of a resignation from Dixon McKay.
I'll make a
Make a motion.
motion that we accept her resignation.
I'll second.
I vote against. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Approval to advertise hire a director position.
I think we need to figure out what we need there.
What we need, what this needs to look like and be a little more specific.
So you need to get the job description tied down?
Yes, I think so. I think because between scheduling and all that, and also some of the cleaning, I think that we need to take the current job description and add a little bit to it. But we can post that position.
But do you actually want it to be called a director? Could it be a facilitator or a coordinator or something? And then the other issues is, where is that individual going to be located as far as their office? And also it's half-time.
Yes.
And the position in the cooperative ed area, Dixie had half-time that and half-time director. So she only has a half-time position to go back to that's in the budget. And I'm not sure if she's totally aware of that or not.
I think Steve has that under control.
And then,
I don't.
And then if it's only half the time as a director.
Or whatever, yeah.
What hours are they supposed to be there to answer phones? When you're there nights and weekends, I mean, this opens up a whole can of worms.
So is that something you want to work out, or do you want the commission to work it out with you? What do you want? Do you want to get with the people that have been doing it and get an idea of what would work best? I know. Welcome to being a new commissioner. I'm sorry. You got some of the really hard departments.
Well, the CETA still oversees the community center too, right? Like that
Yeah,
hasn't changed yet.
well, we had a FACITA meeting Monday. And that brings us to another can of worms. They don't want the community center advisory board. They just want to be and they're gonna put that on the agenda for the 17th. So, there's that. So I think meeting with Karen and Bryce, we should be able to figure something
Okay.
out.
That's fine. The quicker that we can do this, I think the better off it would be for everybody. So I'm available anytime tomorrow or Friday. I may have court in the morning on Friday. Well, I know I don't have court because my witness's wife is having a baby, so I don't have court on Friday.
I am meeting with Judge Shirley at 1 o'clock on Friday to get an overview of his budget.
We can sort it out.
But we can, I will be here on Friday afternoon if we're gonna meet after that.
After you talk to Judge Shirley about budgets, come talk to me so I can explain how it really works.
Okay.
Just kidding.
He didn't really say that.
I'm joking. And then as far as FACITA board, I know that they want to get rid of being in control of the community center, but they haven't explained, at least, and forgive me if I'm speaking for the board too much, but they haven't provided a justification to kick that board to a different board.
Well,
So it used to be that there was a special board for the community center, and then there was FACITA.
yeah,
And they didn't like that, and so the board combined the two. And now they're asking that it be split up again.
That was because Heidi was involved with.
yeah,
both.
Heidi
That's
did
why it was
both.
combined.
Right.
And then now that they're two separate things and it's currently, I guess, it's a 9-member board, but there's only maybe 7
I think
that
there's
show
7
up.
that show up.
So reducing the number of FACITA, that's not an issue.
Okay.
That should probably happen. But getting rid of the community center, why?
Well, and then another issue that was brought up on Monday is that the last year or so, the community center director pretty much skirted the board.
And came directly here?
Yes,
Yeah.
went directly to commissioners.
So when there's an advisory board, the advisory board should be relied upon by the county commissioners. That's why they exist, because they lessen the burden on the county commissioners. So that should probably be emphasized.
And I don't think
FACITA.
we were
And
really
frankly, I
aware.
don't think the FACITA really cared that much because they didn't like the community center anyway. So, they kind of allowed that to happen. So, I'm not trying to be presumptuous to suggest that I could resolve it, but I would like to attend the next FACITA board meeting and explain to them, this is why you exist. You're an advisory board. And we can talk about reducing the number. That's fantastic. But in terms of letting go of the community center, it's hard enough to find people who want to volunteer their time to make recommendations to a board.
Yeah.
And I just don't see what the value would be to the community or to the Board of County Commissioners to create a new board just to have a community center.
Yeah.
When FACITA, they've proved that they're capable of doing it and they do a good job when they're consulted. There's a lot of good people on Casita.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can explain that to them. And the Pasita is meeting at 2 o'clock on the 22nd of March.
So there's several other things in here. Do you want to handle those all at the same time when you're looking at
Yeah,
the duties? I would think so.
except the food pod issue. But you're talking about custodial duties, event setup, all that
Yeah.
good stuff, right? I think that me, Karen, and Shayla should meet and come up with something for the board to decide on.
So it's been requested that the emergency operations and that the flu pods, immunizations, things like that, that they're given priority over other scheduling. Because there's been some issues in the past regarding that. Because when we have a community emergency like that or disaster,
Yeah.
then.
And I thought they got that all worked out.
We have the emergency operations portion, but not the flu pods and immunizations.
And I know Sean's working on that, so
As far as I know, they got it worked out.
Yeah.
The quilters went to Mysococan Hall.
Mhm. But also too, the original quilters date that was on the calendar wasn't even the correct date. And then it shouldn't have been.
it was on the calendar, but the wrong day.
The wrong day.
The wrong dates.
And it shouldn't even have been an issue where we had to look for someplace else, but that's all not.
And then there are the events on the calendar, but no start times, no end times, which is a little confusing for custodial staff.
Yeah, but those are things you're gonna address in the other, but I would make a motion that the community, the EOC and community medical programs like flu pods, immunizations, and if we have disaster problems, that they're given priority on schedule.
But not to bump somebody else that's already made a deposit.
It would depend on.
That
the
was
issue.
discussed, were you at the meeting yesterday? Day before yesterday? No. That was discussed at the Pasita board meeting, so, I mean, that's the exact same thing they said. You don't bump somebody else that's already made a deposit and made plans for an event because you want to do something else.
Well, wouldn't there be a difference between like a wedding and
And a medical, or any,
quilting?
yeah, well.
And I don't
they
have
all
any.
make their deposits, they've already got the rooms reserved. But I would think that COVID and this pandemic we're dealing with would be a priority over, and there's got to be a way where it can be worked out.
And I think Sean is in the middle working that all out. The next, after this weekend Safeway one, the next two after that were, or are being planned as an outside event, a drive-through event.
So I don't think that the Emergency Operations Center should be able to bump anyone who's.
I don't.
Put a deposit down for an event unless it's a genuine emergency.
What's emergency operations?
The sheriff basically does.
Okay.
that.
So
When
they're
we
talking
have
about flu pods or vaccinations or immunizations. I mean, why can't those things wait? Why couldn't?
Well, like Sean's doing now, he's planning them
If the
around.
community center's booked for a week, then why can't a flu pod just be done the next week?
If not, we can't.
Well, I think one of the big issues with the scheduling and stuff that came up at Pasita was because what is it, 3 weeks a month, the certain date between the two vaccinations that have to be the 4 weeks. And they have to do them within those times. But when the new
Okay,
whatever comes out, then they don't have to.
but there are many facilities in the community that are volunteer space.
I know.
Would
And
offer
it doesn't
space.
just have to be the community center.
I
where
know.
people already book.
And this was brought up when this all started with the back and forth a week ago.
Yep.
And so,
I think it's been resolved.
okay.
So, and then again, Sean will report on that, I imagine, at our afternoon meeting.
Okay. But I agree about the bumping, especially if they make their reservations a year in advance, they shouldn't be bumped.
Yeah, but and that's true, but we've had flu pods where people won't even move their cars for the flu pod. And those are things that you'll need to address as you go forward. I mean, there's been all kinds of stuff, so. Anyway, I withdraw my motion, just so
Okay.
that. And then there are certain large events that are coming up that Dr. Van Gilder would like to be, would like to have some input on, depending, of course, on the COVID restrictions. And a lot, we don't know what's going to happen with that. But there are some that, she thinks that we should be very cautious about. We can talk about those this afternoon as well.
I think, Reen, it's finally your turn.
What about me?
Yeah, it's totally left you out.
I thought we went past Lacey, didn't we?
Yeah, you went.
You asked me and I said I did have one, but.
Oh, you did? Well, then go for it.
I don't really have a department update, but I did give you a list of corrections that Lori and I were really able to finish. So I'll need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the corrections for Lacey.
And I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Okay.
We're gonna be brief here. There's your month-end report. One thing I want to bring your awareness to is, as you know, we have a copier in this building and a copier in our building that we lease. I got the bill for last month. We were over on the color copies because we're at 1,000 a month per copier. We were over in the courthouse by 4,261 copies, over in the admin building by 3,871 copies, for a total billed charge of $559.61.
So which accounts were those again? Sorry. The admin building and where?
This building, this copier
Oh, the
here
one
and
in
the
here?
admin. So someone's been making a huge amount of colored copies.
Color?
Yes.
I'm not guilty this time.
You can't, and you can't tell by the.
No, I just get the bill. When Chris does the online thing for our copier over there, and when she put in the meter readings, it flashed at her and said, high quantity of color. And then when I got the bill, the same thing has happened for this.
Which month is that from?
It is overage for January 19th through February 18th. So again, it was almost 560 extra dollars. I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. I don't know.
All color.
Yeah.
No, there's the normal that we have for black and white, but that's not. The cover copies for black and white are 10,000 a month for the two copiers. So it's got to be 5 and 5. And then colored is 1,000 and 1,000. Anyway, I just want you to know that if we keep having a hit like this, we're going to have to do something different because that's a lot of extra money. And then my agenda item is to set the public meeting for the tentative budget. And taxation actually specifies that this public hearing must be held not sooner than the third Monday in May and no later than the last day. So this year it is May 17th through May 31st, but the 31st is a holiday.
So the 19th is a regular commissioner meeting.
Usually we do them separate.
Yeah, we do.
Lacey.
We do them
Yeah,
separate.
doesn't usually fall together, but I don't see why we couldn't have it during the regular meeting. We just have to advertise for that. That's the date and time we're having.
Right, and Lacey has to put it in the paper, and then I have to put it on all the budget sheets, when it's gonna be publicized and when we're gonna.
And it
hold
normally
meetings.
takes just 15 minutes,
Correct.
if even that. I mean, so it could be, that day, either first thing or
That's
whatever.
fine
I
with
mean, it's
me.
up to everybody, but
It might be better for everybody to do it all. Is that the day?
the 19th is the commissioner day, yes. I don't know. I don't want to, what would work?
It would just have to be a timed item on the agenda, right?
Yeah.
It would have to be a timed item on the agenda. 8:45? 8:45? That's fine with me. And then Karen, you'll let me know what date the Reed District decides. Okay, that's all I have.
8:45, and what day did you decide?
Be nice.
I think it's your turn.
Good afternoon now. Do you prefer a quick update, or do you just want to roll right into please and thank you on the salary resolutions? Would you like a quick update, Larry, or do you just want to go right into the business of the salary resolutions? Sorry?
The business?
Okay.
Yeah. So what's going on?
So I have submitted offer letters to these two ladies listed on the agenda today. And in my budget, I have room to start them at somewhat higher rate. Those salary resolutions have been submitted to HR. And I'm here today to ask for your approval of them.
Okay.
I don't have any problems with them.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody has any questions. And if there are no questions, I'll make a motion to approve both of those salary resolutions for J Hill and M Root. I'll second.
And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion that.
Thank you.
So when are they starting?
Jennifer Hill starts this Friday and Morgan will start on the 9th of March. And on the 8th of March, Daryl will be alone. There's been some unforeseen situations for both Beth and I trust his judgment to handle D&B in the assessor's office the best he sees fit. He always communicates with Karen accordingly. So I told him that would be his decision on if he's going to lock the door and ask them to come around or shut it down, however he wants to proceed. But there's an unforeseen for both Beth and I, and we're not going to be there. So just so you have a heads up on that. And then I saw an agenda item that sort of perked my ears up in reference to increasing the landfill assessment fees. And you're aware of how those are placed on the tax roll. You have awareness of that? That would be.
I just know they're a line item. I mean, is that what you're
Yeah,
talking
that line item is generated through my office and there are lien dates. So for personal property, that lien date is going to be April 30th, and there are many personal property accounts that have a landfill assessment. And then for the real property, if you all are thinking about doing this soon, I need to be made aware so that this is going to change my life somewhat.
I shall have to update all of those.
Every parcel in the county that has an assessment.
You have to go in individually to each one?
I
or
can
how
probably do
you-
them in mass, but please know that there are statutes that I have to meet. So if you are doing this, you need to be aware of those statutes.
You need to be in the loop.
Please.
Yeah.
So when are your deadlines? Like your
I
first
have
one?
to build personal property by April 30th. And there are personal property accounts that have landfill assessments. So that could be someone that lives in a manufactured home.
I think we wouldn't do anything until, because some are built on the real roll.
Yes.
So I would say the personal property bill that she still has to send out by April 30th would have the old amount.
They would.
And then any after July 1.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
we
I
would
would
need
think it
them
would be fiscal
before July, we would need to know before July 1. So we should get that.
As soon as possible, if possible. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a great fee. I've lived in counties where a 1-ton truck would cost me $300 to dump. So I think our landfill fees are very reasonable, but it will impact my workflow.
And then, is there any way to find out how many landfill assessments there are?
Mhm.
Like, for instance, Grass Valley, for instance, by that area?
I can print out an entire, and I've done it for Mitch, and Reem has to often use it for her budget. I have, yes, there's reports that can be printed.
Okay, great.
And what parcels are being assessed now. And plus we have a lot of new construction, so I'll be adding some more on as well.
Okay. But that would give us an idea too of what kind of revenue we would generate by raising it by so much or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, just as soon as you can let me know if you're planning on it before Lacey and she generates the tax bills, then I need to make the DevNet team aware. I'll put a help desk ticket in, and hopefully it can be done in mass, and I will not have to go in and touch them individually as I used to in ADS.
Yeah, I hope that's.
So I'm sure it can be, but it just sort of got my attention thinking about it, if it's coming down the pipe sooner than later.
It's coming down the pipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll get you a report and I can email it to Karen. And
Okay,
she
that'd be
can maybe
awesome.
pass it on to you.
Well, you probably weren't here when Bryce said he was gonna look into other areas.
Other areas.
He's gonna look into other areas to see what they charge.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it probably wouldn't be effective, Marty, until the fiscal year. Give everybody time. We wouldn't want to make it that complicated.
No.
for assessing the taxes.
Okay. And it may be just a click of a button in mass. The new DevNet system is amazing when it works. Roxanne makes it work, so I really can't complain. I think it's going to be an amazing system for
Good,
the
I'm
future of
glad.
the county, but there is a lot of assessments out there and it just sort of startled me.
So we'll keep you in the loop. We're not gonna be blindsided.
But we are looking at July 1.
Okay.
I mean,
I
it
will-
has to be approved, but. I
I'll
mean,
run
that's-
some reports, probably not today if I'm a little jammed up, but I'll try and get to them tomorrow morning and I'll send them in a PDF to Karen, so you can have them on.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you're gonna have a full staff.
Yeah.
When is Beth leaving?
Beth's last day is March 31st.
Bryce, you.
I don't have much in terms of the department. Everything's going pretty well. We're happy.
No Karen, and the sheriff is not here. He sent me a message earlier. He's busy. Future Law Enforcement Center, Jerry and I meet tomorrow again to go over plans, so that's all I can say there. Other than I can say that the other lot down by the church, the little, I call it little blue house. Power company is disconnecting the service on next week, the 10th. So that'll, after they get that out of there, then it'll be free for tree cutting and demolition. Yep.
Did you want me to come in on that to talk about the IT department side of that, or are we still including it in part of those plans?
I don't know.
Well, and the other thing too is, I think we all need to be updated on what the plans are and what we're trying to accomplish and stuff.
The
like
plans
that.
for a
The law-
facility.
The law enforcement.
When we
center.
get to that point, everybody will be included.
But is that after you kind of made the decision of what it's gonna be like, or?
We got to
your
get a
suggestion?
layout first.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll go from there. That's gonna take the sheriff, the undersheriff. I mean, unless we do a workshop, which we will eventually,
Well, I don't think we should wait too long on the workshop.
we got to get a plan first. And the architect is waiting for us also. What can I say? Proclamation and awards. None? Board appointments, resignation. I know we had some in here.
Susie Van Doer and Penny Ballinger for the museum board.
As far as I can tell, we don't have a vacancy on the
Oh,
We don't.
Who do you have on there?
Brian Stokely, Barbara Ackley, Doris Richard, Jim Miller.
And they're all attending, there's 5, yeah. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we accept the resignation of Susan Bendor from the Recycling or Solid Waste Management Recycling Advisory Board.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye, motion passed.
And she's done a good job. She's just moving on, doing other things.
So we have another one on Penny Ballinger.
That's for the museum board, isn't it? And there's no vacancy.
You what?
There's no vacancy on the museum board. There's 5 members and all 5 positions are full.
Oh. Then how did she know to apply?
I don't know. There probably was a misunderstanding.
And then we need to declare Mr. Odell seat vacant on there.
So moved. No second.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
CARES funding, update approval of expenditures. Update from. Okay, emergency management relating to COVID-19. Do you have anything to add to that?
I don't have anything now.
And I don't have anything on that. Litigation? No. Report from legal counsel.
Yeah, so the item pertains to an ongoing lawsuit that I don't mind discussing in public. Right now, it's in front of the Department of the Interior Administrative Appeals Board. It's based, I don't know if I've mentioned it to you, Shayla, but probably 3 years ago, the Humboldt District, the Winnemucca Humboldt District, they decided that they were going to do a wild forest and rural gather plan for the East Pershing complex, which is basically the entire county east of I-80. And they said that there was a need to do the gather plan because the range was suffering and animal health was suffering. But they said, before we do the gather, we're going to wait until we have the space and we have the funding to do the gather. We didn't think that that was an appropriate determination on the part of BLM, because if they determine that there's a need to gather up the wild horses and burros who are destroying animal life, plant life, and range health in Pershing County, they need to do it immediately and not wait for several years until they have space and the money to do it. The federal government has as much money as it wants to have.
Exactly.
Right. So we appealed it in front of the the Administrative Appeals Board. There was a Supreme Court ruling that came out and said that all of that those courts are unconstitutional because they're not appointed in accordance with Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution. So that delayed things. That problem got resolved. We finally got a ruling on some initial stages of litigation. The federal government moved to dismiss Pershing County on counts of standing, and it also moved to dismiss 2 other plaintiffs, Sea Punch Ranch and another plaintiff. Pershing County still in the appeal. We have standing because we're suffering the concrete harm that's identifiable. Unfortunately, Sea Punch and the other ranch were dismissed due to the lack of standing because they're not suffering an imminent concrete harm based upon the BLM's failure to conduct their horse count. Mainly the reason for that is Sea Punch and the other ranch, they're located on the west of I-80. Okay. So along with Pershing County, Jim is still and Vance Vesco ranches are still involved in that litigation. I was speaking with co-counsel Alan Schroeder, who is an attorney out of We also have a professor from School of Pacific. She's also co-counsel on this lawsuit. She kind of donates her time to advise Ellen and I because she's a subject matter expert. She literally trains students and teaches students and writes treatises on this type of litigation, this type of law. I was speaking to them about where we're at in this litigation, and it's going to be like, who knows, years probably before they get around to making a decision on our appeal. And so Alan had suggested that we write a very well-researched letter to the Department of the Interior, to the BLM, and to Nevada's congressional delegation, just kind of explaining the injustice here. Yeah. And what's really going on. We're not anti-wild horse and burro, certainly not, but we are anti-range destruction. And that's what's occurring because of BLMs, they're ignoring their duty to manage these horses and these lands appropriately. So I wanted to talk to the board about that, just kind of feel you guys out, get authorization to start moving that process forward. My recommendation would be that we do engage in that. I think that Nevada's delegation needs to know what's going on in Pershing County.
Yeah. So you could put that letter together.
I would talk
with your research.
I would talk to Alan about doing it, and I would play a role in it as well. But I would definitely defer to Alan, and I would defer to our subject matter expert.
Okay.
Okay.
The Duncans aren't involved in that at all?
No.
Because they're over there.
Yeah. They, it doesn't affect their allotment. They did a special gather for the Duncans probably 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, their numbers are getting up there too. For sure. So I think with your permission.
Yes,
I'll-
please,
I'll
go.
for it. All right.
That's my comment.
Okay. Can we get a motion and a second?
For the district attorney to.
Exactly. To do his thing.
Okay.
Just do his thing.
Yeah.
I'll second his motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Administrative assistant, HR.
There's another,
Or did I miss one?
under that same one.
Oh. Oh, the other one where we have this letter. So we do have a letter to ask for a member to be appointed for the newly created Nevada Local Justice Reinvestment Coordinating Council to represent Pershing County. I think that's a great job for the district attorney.
I would happily,
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that. I talked to Laura, who advises the council, and I asked her, she told me that a couple counties have their VAs doing it, a couple counties have county commissioners doing it. So, yeah, if you'd like me to do that, then.
I think that's a great idea. Kind of a motion for that?
So moved. I don't second.
Motion in a second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passed. No railroad here. Update on legislative matters that could impact counties.
You missed. Administrative assistant.
What? Oh, I checked it off. Both of those are you anyway, so. Yeah.
I don't have anything specific. I was up to date on responding to the DVRs, but as of this morning, I have quite a few things. So just keeping up to date.
Yeah. I know you've been busy.
That's all I have.
I do have one that I wanted to bring up. If that's all right. And I know that we all want to go to lunch.
I don't think we're gonna have time to go to lunch.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I contacted Commissioner Shank about this. What's the bill number 22?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I did contact Macon.
Okay.
and talk to them.
And I just wanted to make the board aware that there is a bill that NACO was supporting that would allow counties to hire its own legal counsel and to set up its own legal counsel independent of the district attorney's office
For civil matter.
for civil matters. The District Attorneys Association in Nevada, there's 17 elected DAs in Nevada, held a special meeting yesterday and 13 were present, 4 were in court. And by a vote of 12-1, the District Attorneys Association decided to oppose that bill and to inform NACO of our opposition. The reason being is that there's kind of an inherent checks and balances between having an elected district attorney as opposed to having an appointed legal counsel. Because unfortunately, my job is to tell you guys on occasion that it's not a good idea to do this, or you shouldn't do this because you'll get in trouble. And that creates some friction between the district attorney's office and my clients, the Board of County Commissioners. But it keeps the board out of trouble and it keeps my office in line, making sure that we're trying to give you the best legal advice we can, as opposed to having an appointed civil attorney whose advice might be compromised because they don't want to make their bosses angry.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So on that basis alone, we decided that we're going to oppose it because we just think it opens doors to county commissioners appointing legal counsel that's not going to provide them with objective legal advice that's based upon the law and not necessarily whether they're going to keep their job or whether they're going to get paid. So I asked Carol to relay that to NACO. Carol did. So, read about it. If you have questions, I'm happy to talk to you about it. But I think there's only 2 counties really supporting this. So I don't think NACO should be supporting it in light of the fact that there's only 2 counties who want this to happen.
Yeah.
Right, the vast majority. I think that NACO has other motives. And if you recall, when the board decided to sue the mines, okay, with a mine tax, NACO did not want to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
I think NACO wants a little more influence over the boards of county commissioners and some of the actions that they take, and they would be able to do that if they had the years of appointed attorneys.
Makes sense.
So, there you go.
Okay. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I'm up to 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay, items for future agenda. I think we've talked about a couple today already. You have anything? Nope. Okay. Correspondence? None. Matters of the board for discussion.
Who do you want to go first, me?
Go for it.
I really don't have anything other than, we've had a couple of meetings of the recycling committee and that has gone well. I got, you were on the email, then I got that either this morning or yesterday late. And it's from the state and it has to do with a report on recycling. And they're asking for stuff and I don't have a clue even. how
I
to
got
do
kicked
this.
off of that. I don't know why.
Well, it's the email, you got.
I have the email too.
So have you done this before?
No.
So it's something new?
As far as I know.
I haven't had a chance to see what they're asking yet.
I'll look
so-
at it.
And I'll look at it too. I can answer it, I will. If not, I'll have to get some info. from them.
I know her personally. So
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, that's all.
Jayla?
I attended the water meeting in person and met several county commissioners and it very informative, very interesting, very helpful.
Was that the Humboldt?
The Humboldt River. Y'all know what's going on with the community center. Economic development. Not a lot. Most of our meeting was discussing the community center, so that's about it.
Good. The only thing I would report is on senior center. Well, I've already said most of it. There is an advisory board meeting next Wednesday.
Are we gonna do the jail inspection? Because you're gonna do.
I've thought
regional
about that
speech.
too, and I don't know when it's.
April 1st.
First April meeting.
Well, that's why I was bringing it up, because you mentioned you might have already
Go
seen.
after, go after the meeting.
Yeah, after the commission meeting. We've never gone in the afternoon before.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. So on the 17th, we'll do it after the meeting. March
Maybe we can
17th.
arrange
Yes.
that lunch there.
And
with the plastic spoon and everything.
I've already let Karen know that on April, where's April? The bottom one, April 21st or April 21st meeting, we will be attending via Zoom.
We have a budget meeting after next week's meeting.
Yeah, are we hearing budgets for
The
Wednesday,
17th.
Thursday, Monday, right?
I'd say we just go to April then.
Oh. That is budget that way.
Yeah, so we can do the jail
I guess we
inspection.
could do it between the regular meeting and the budget meeting. I don't know.
How long does it take? And the jail inspection.
It takes about 30 minutes of all of that. It's not very long.
You mean on the 17th still?
She asked how long it takes. I said
Oh,
about
gotcha.
30 minutes or less.
Yeah. And after the budget, I'm out of here. I'll be cooking. So. Not on the 17th.
Oh,
17th is St. Patty's Day.
So before, or after the April 17th.
Before the April 7th. That's a good idea.
And we
so
have,
that's a 7-8.
we got April 7th at 7:30.
7:30?
We received a report from, what was it, a sheriff's group or something that did an inspection. We
Oh,
just
yeah.
got that this morning. or
We just
something.
got it yesterday. I haven't even looked at it.
So
That's the one where the state did come in and do a thorough inspection.
And they have several recommendations.
Okay, 7:30. I mean, someone will have some vouchers back. Okay, public input. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. Public commentary will generally be limited to 3 minutes per person. Is that what you've been here for?
No, for all this great information. I have some public comment, I'll be very brief. I have, Bryson shared with me a draft copy of the amendment to chapter 108, allowing solar in ag preservation ground. And in there it states, the development of solar energy shall not occur on private farmland, interfere with agricultural production on private farmland. That's very good and in keeping with the ag preservation ordinance. My concern is, take the scenario where a producer has 160 acres, he's allowed 4 building sites. Let's assume that half of that is brushland and it gets solar put on. Does the producer still have 4 building sites, which then would use prime farm ground, or would he be limited in the amount of brush ground he could put solar on to compensate for those buildings.
Good question.
So there's going to be a workshop. And in fact, that's something that the board needs to decide, because Karen and I need to advise all of the landowners. We need to mail out notice, and we also need to post it. So your question, Carl, is if someone has solar, does that take away from their ability to develop the buildings? No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then,
The same rules would still apply with buildings. It doesn't alter the building requirement and cluster development and all of that. Essentially, what you're doing is you're assuming, or you're saying that solar development's occurring, and that's the exact same as developing soybeans or alfalfa or wheat or whatever. Still the same. You just can't do it on prime farmland.
but essentially, because there was solar development, then if there's housing development, that does consume prime farmland.
The housing development does?
Yes,
How?
because they don't have any other place to put it.
Well,
Because
then,
they
but
use
that's
up-
the choice that they're gonna have to make. I mean, if you're a producer and you can only put 4 houses on your property, and you decide to use the non-prime farmland, you decide to put solar on it instead of houses. If you can't put a house on prime farmland, right? Then just because you put solar on it, it doesn't mean that suddenly you're gonna be able to build a house on prime farmland. It doesn't break the rules of Ben.
Well, I think the way it's stated is, the producer has both, and he wants to put in housing, he has to put it on the non-prime farm ground if possible.
Okay.
So now that it's got solar on it, it's not possible, so then he could put it on prime farm ground. And so we lost prime farm.
But if the producer had developed that non-prime farmland, was unable to, then he would put it on prime farmland. I mean, nothing changes. If the code says where possible, then it's where possible. If it's not possible, then it goes on prime farmland. And really, that's not my decision. That's just where the code is, the way the code is written right now. So, you know, at the, maybe that's something that ought to be brought up among more stakeholders present. And then more people can weigh in on it. And then the county commissioners can talk about it. Maybe they can talk about it much more freely, because it'll be a workshop. But that's a good point. But I'm just telling you, I haven't looked at that in a long time. But if what you're telling me is true about the way it's written, then yeah, I mean, it's not possible to put a development because there's solar panels there, and the code says you have to put houses on, you can only put houses on prime farmland if it's not possible to put it on non-prime farmland, then the houses would go on prime farmland.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? Be on Zoom? No? Okay, we are in recess for approval of the vouchers.
These are what used to be private church. So I need everyone to
Except one of them.
All the vouchers except number 521.
And I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. And I'll make a motion to approve voucher 521.
And I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay.
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 We got 10-minute break here.
Yeah, 10-minute break. We are adjourned.
I don't know what else I'm gonna do.